Two of my peripherals just disconnected themselves. One moment. Oof. There we go, there we go, there we go. We get it right eventually. We very rarely get it right on the first try, but we get it right eventually, folks. How are we doing today? Let me get my microphone pulled over here. Let's go ahead and pretend like we know what we're doing. It may not be a very believable pretense, but, you know, it's important to keep it up anyway. Appearances are important, folks. Which is why I apparently work so hard on mine. Why I am always sure to be completely ready at the start of every stream and have no audio or technical issues whatsoever. Certainly not these. In fact, I staged these today because I was thinking there are some people who tune into the stream probably to find out, like, get tips on painting or on streaming themselves or on any number of the things that we do here at Thunderhead Studio. And what is a better teacher than demonstrating how to get it wrong? I ask you. It is just as important to know what not to do as what to do. So what I'm trying to say is you're welcome. The bot, is it? Hang on. Yeah, I had to kind of just I literally had to just run in at the last minute and do all my setup because I had my desk was covered with other things just like 5 minutes ago. It's probably just disconnected. I gotta replace this stupid bot. There we go. It should be connected now. Give it just a minute, and then try it again, and the bot should be working. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome, welcome in. How is everybody doing today? I hope you are having a good day out there.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs.
There it is.
So I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
There's the Thunderbot. Trotsky, good to see you. Roland did some painting today. I'm glad to hear it. Orchrist, yeah, we're working on a little bit of that Clenado today. If you will. Dark Fox, good to see you. Data Nerd, time to grab a beer if you haven't got one already. So that's what I'm working on right now, is I've got myself another one of these New Belgium L'Amour en Cage. L'Amour en Cage. That's not how you say it. I mean, it is, but also it isn't. Don't say it like that. It's just French. It doesn't have to be like stereotypical over the top French. Sumatha, good to see ya. Data Nerd. Who else we got in here? There is To Square. The Dark Knight Rises is just a hot mess of them. Which one is that one? The Dark Knight Rises, that's the third one, right? Where they're like, this random chick is Talia al Ghul for some reason. Yeah, no, that movie is terrible. Also, it ends with the exact same ending as the old Adam West Batman movie. Not the same ending, but the sequence from the Adam West Batman movie. Remember in that movie when he has the big round bomb, and he's holding it over his head, and he's running down the boardwalk with it over his head, and he throws it into the ocean? Because that's the same fucking thing that happens at the end of The Dark Knight Rises. Effectively. I love this song too, Project Dark Fox, and I'm glad that we're using it again. Colonel Matthew Steiner, good to see ya. I'm so glad that you're here, because we were going to be delayed until you showed up. Also, ping me again. I'm sorry I missed you earlier when you were playing some Aliens Fireteam Elite, but we're definitely going to be playing more of that, so I'll be sure to get into a game with you. Trotsky, good to see you. Shock21, Shock, your package is almost ready to go. I'm sorry there's been a delay on that. I've been getting things printed for you. Unexpected, how you doing today, man? Osri, welcome in, welcome in. I'll counter your New Belgium with a PBR. That's not much of a counter, man. that's not, I'm not a big PBR fan. I know it's like a whole thing, and a lot of people are. But I'll keep my New Belgium if you don't mind, sir. Hold on, this is gonna come out with the fury of 1,000 suns. Just taking it nice and easy. Slow and steady wins the race, folks. It's not exactly how Formula 1 drivers open it, but if those drivers were responsible for cleaning the floor after they opened their bottles, I very much suspect that is how they would open them. Where did that wind up? Oh, hey. It landed in one of my paint cups. And it nearly blasted right into my active 3D printer. That would have been a good time. And destroys a camera. Thankfully, right now, I've got some backups. I found something kind of cool. I'll show you guys when I go over to the other camera. This is the first 3D printed thing I ever owned. It's not champagne Sheza. It just is corked and under some pressure. How you doing today, Sheza Gaming? Get this pour done here. Oh, I'm making a mess. Come on, I can do better than that. The 45-degree pour. There we go. Just like so, and nobody gets hurt. Clean up the little bit of mess I did make here. I need one of my porcelain tiles out today. We're going to be doing some acrylic painting. I got a couple of new makeup brushes I'm going to be using as dry brushes today. Oh, why did it tear? I hate it when paper towels do that. I got it at the wrong angle and it tore. It tore in half as I was going. Lunchbox79. Thank you so much for that resub, my friend. 9 months of subscribing. And each one a new adventure. How are you doing, Lunchbox? It's good to see you. Has anyone who won a set of our limited edition Thunderhead Studio dice not received theirs yet? If there's anyone in chat who won a set and has not received them, please let me know on Discord so I can check your tracking for you. They should all be at their final destination now, with perhaps the exception of White Wolf. You haven't gotten yours yet? Let me know on Discord so I can check after the stream, if you don't mind. Pretty please. Ooh, that's fizzy as hell. Oh my god. I keep buying this, and it's like I forget how sour it is between sessions. This L'Amour en Cage, the New Belgium sour with the gooseberries, it's, ooh. Oh, man. Holy, that really gets you. It gets you in the back of the throat. You know, like the neck muscles tense up pretty good. All right. Let's not waste any time. Let's go ahead and get started.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
And more, and more, and more, and more, and more. So, today we are going to be working on this here Bane 3 that was sent to me by Ion Raptor. It is unfortunately not a design that I can link you guys to an STL for to print yourself. He's keeping it to himself, but he was kind enough to provide me with a printed example of it. It kind of blends into the background right now with the dark colors. This is a quick zenithal prime followed by a thin coat of Privateer Press Coal Black, and we're going to be working up from this. Painted Ogre, good to see you, man. How are things? The bot isn't? I thought it just was. I'm just gonna shut it down and restart it. That fixed it last time. One moment. Let's get that pulled back up. Yeah, it's really going. It's a wonderful golden color too. It's very pleasant. And so sour. Sumitha, that's I'm really right now trying to take a moment with the streams, dial back a little bit, and hit some of these models that I've had on my list of like, oh, I'll get around to painting that on stream, but I just haven't. because of projects. We're working on really digging into that. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys this. This is the first 3D printed item I ever had, I ever saw, I ever held in my hand. A friend of mine picked up, I don't know what printer he had, it was probably one of those early Pruses or something like that, but he got a 3D printer when we were doing, I was still playing Warhammer 40k at the time, and had him print this up for me. I never got around to painting it. I did amateurishly try to smooth it with, like, rubbing alcohol, I think, at the time. Yeah, it's a drop pod rolling. I don't remember where the hell I got the file, but I sent him the files and I had him print me a few of them, and I was like, wow, this is amazing! Look, it's like plastic, and it came out of a machine in his house! And it's been, This also, everything's a butt plug, Trotsky. Every single thing is a butt plug if you're brave enough, and it has a flared base. I just thought that was kind of funny. I was digging through... Well, what I was doing is I was digging out my Dead Zone models, because I'm going to finish dry brushing these guys up so that we can use them for some live games on stream. And as part of digging these guys out, I found those old drop pods. It's true, Orcris, but it's a very, very dangerous one, if that's the case. Oh, that's sour. Why did I think that was a good idea to drink on stream? It's gonna hit me every single time. I picked up a set of ELF contouring makeup brushes in a couple of different shapes and sizes here that I'm gonna go ahead and try using today. Because it is my goal to just get started finishing a bunch of models, and as part of that, I'm dialing back how much time I'm spending on each one. Holy moly! All right. Did I see your Discord DM? Did I? I might not have before I got on. I will take a look after the stream, though, Metalcore. Just a real simple base coat for now. I'm going to lay into it with a dry brush, and we're going to see what kind of details we can pull out of it. And I'm going to start off with, where did it go? A touch of coal black and a little bit of Vallejo extra opaque heavy blue-gray. Oh, actually, I've got coal gray light shade. I wonder how that would look over this. Let's try dry brushing a little Rainy River Designs paint, why don't we? You sent it yesterday. Did it alert me? It certainly should have. Oh, yes, I'm sorry I didn't send a response. I downloaded that and I actually got it pulled up today. It's not on my printer yet, but I was planning on starting a plate after tonight's stream. Thank you so much for that, Metalcore, because that is going to be coming up here pretty soon as well. Put a little bit of this down on here. Let that thicken up a wee little bit. I'm going to put a little coal black next to it just to get a feeling for how they match up. Pretty good, really. I think that's a good second tone. Let's go ahead and dig in. And I'm just going to use my standard ELF contouring brush to start with today. So how is everyone doing on this very fine Sunday? I hope your painting projects are coming along productively. 'Cause that's what we're hoping to hit today, is a little bit of productivity. It's just drying out. Go a little heavier than that. And we're going to black wash all this when we're done anyway, so I'm not going to be too worried about being too clean with it. Making stroganoff for dinner. Nice. Haven't painted in nearly 2 weeks because of your move and going through withdrawal. Oh no, but when you finally get back to the painting desk, it's going to feel so good. I hope the move has gone well. Moving's always stressful, even when it's like, you know, a good move, even when everything is going according to plan. It still manages to be one hell of a stress. So I hope things are going at least according to plan. Oh, little piece of something got primed down to the figure there. Let me go ahead and pull that up while I'm here. I heard you like missiles. Yeah, this Bane 3 has something stupid like 8 LRM-15s on it. And then it has the most hilarious backup weapon in the form of a single-shot SRM-4 on the torso. It's like a comedy mech. Actually, sitting down for some painting tonight. Yeah, I saw your announcement over on the, was it Everything Battletech? Go ahead and get that carver painted up, man. I can't wait to see what you do with it. Now, what color scheme are you going with on that? Are you going to do it like a Comstar? I'm glad to hear that, POV. Cleaning the painting room, couldn't stand it anymore. You know, I'm right on the cusp of one of those moments myself right now. Where I've just, like, I'm planning on tonight, after the stream, taking a moment and just doing a cleaning pass on a lot of my work area, just because I've got clutter that has started to stack up. A little bit of clutter is fine. I can deal with a little bit of clutter, but it hits a certain critical mass, and I lose my damn mind. You know, more than usual, that is. I'm gonna load this brush up a bit more than I've been doing. There we go. I have to say, Ion Raptor, whenever he might make himself known, this is a very dry brushable mech. As I was looking at it, I was thinking, man, these details are nice and deep and crisp, and I might as well make it easy on myself and take advantage of that. Hey, how you doing, Amateur Paint Hour? It's good to see you. You called it a summoner. Wait, what did I didn't say any such thing. Your clan Hell's Horses paint scheme? You dare me, huh? Well, we'll see what we can do on another mech, Roland. I've got a couple of clan mechs from Ion Raptor I've been meaning to dig through. Some of his older sculpts, too, that I really like. I do. Sumitha was kind enough to... By the way, I pulled that Nomad out of the box. Yeah, Sumitha was kind enough to hook me up with a, about 4 of the new clan invasion mechs. So I do have a couple of filthy clanners that are probably going to be hitting the desk here pretty soon. Other than the one I'm currently working on, of course. Was it 5? I haven't opened that box again to take a look at them. I did unpack the Nomad. I haven't put any batteries in it yet. But that thing's fucking cool. Oh, Mass Effect Andromeda, we hardly knew ye. Bunch of fanboys killed you before your time. The bad sort of fanboy. putting a good amount of pressure on these missile racks as I paint them, so I'm kind of supporting the rest of the model with my fingers, so I'm not putting all the pressure on the glue point holding it to its base. Alright, that's a decent start. Let's take a little bit of this heavy blue-gray as our next step. It is a multi-part print, Sumitha. I've just glued it all together. Oh, Painted Ogre's question. Okay. Sometimes chat gets going so fast. Next I'm going up to this Vallejo heavy blue-gray. Mixed with a little of our original Rainy River designs. All right. I think the franchise should have stayed dead or have Andromeda be a self-contained game. Yeah, it's one of those games where I feel like if they hadn't put Mass Effect in front of it, it might have done better. But, you know, everything is about expanding those IPs these days. If you write Mass Effect on a bag of diapers, you're gonna make money on it. You know, assuming you're Electronic Arts, of course. I probably couldn't do that. Or at least I could, briefly, before the lawyers got a hold of me. I talk a lot about the potential of dry brushing as a painting technique, and I have not exercised that enough recently. I'm going to keep pushing this technique to kind of show what it's capable of doing. As far as getting an army table ready and good looking in record time. Merchandising, indeed. Indeed. Speaking of which, yeah, we're definitely going to have to do like a Mel Brooks movie night. Thunderhead the Flamethrower. The kids love that one. You idiots. These are not them. You've captured their stunt doubles. We have a couple of people who haven't seen like Young Frankenstein, and that is something that we need to correct, I think. Gamer first, painter not really, says Dry Brushing Styles. The only way my Battletech stuff is getting done. And you know, I've been saying this a few times, Trotsky. Definitely this year, just as a piece of self-analysis, I think since I started streaming and sharing my work more, I just kind of got it in my head, like, I need to be like all the super pro painters out there, and I kind of lost track in my experimentation of my core as a painter, and that's something that I say continually as well, is just, man, I'm painting game pieces. I'm painting pieces to play games with because my love of this hobby is primarily on the tabletop itself. And if I'm not getting to the tabletop, if I'm spending forever trying new things and never finishing anything, I'm doing something wrong. So we're taking a breather, we're taking a step back, we're simplifying our paint schemes and methods a little bit, and really just leaning in to getting more models finished. A little bit more here before we go up to our next level. Oop, that was a bit much. That's okay. And when sculptors are as nice as Ion Raptor is and puts all these nice, deeply sculpted details into a figure, you can get away with quite a lot of simple technique work. Cold Steel 3025, thank you so much for the follow. My favorite year. Have I told you lately how 3025 is the best goddamn era to play Battletech in? Because if I haven't, it is. How you doing today, Cold Steel? What is the color scheme for this one? Tiny Ledge, we are taking another swing at the dreaded Clan Thunder Skunk. Which basically means he's going to be primarily this blue-black. I'm going to try some brown undertones to kind of break that up on the mechanical parts, and then I'm going to be doing a couple of white stripes down the hull. And yeah, we got some new Battletech buildings on the printer tonight. One that I just finished up today. I'm also going to be doing some Trinity City painting here in the near future on the stream, something I've been meaning to do for a while, but now that I've got enough new buildings, I actually kind of need to so that I can update my board. Damn right, Cold Steel. Damn right. Alright. Oh, a little bit more over here. Not too much. I'm going to leave myself someplace to go. So now I'm going to take a little bit... Take a sip, first of all. We're going to take a leap up to Rainy River Design's Shadow Skull. I've got a paint mixer, I swear. Speaking of which, Shezza, I see you say that you went ahead and picked up one of them Dar Vortex mixers, because you're gonna love it. And actually, this is a good opportunity for me to clean the dry brush I've been using, not by dipping it in my beer, but in this water that's right next to it. Shortly before I move the beer that's next to the paint water. Because as I say it, I realize that's a terrible idea. Just clean this out a little bit, set it to the side, and we're going to do a little bit of finer work. So I'm going to take this little chisel-edged makeup brush here, and we'll do a little dry brushing with this guy. A little more targeted, a little more precise. That's the goal, anyway. Let's see how it goes. Telling you guys, these makeup brushes are where it is at for dry brushing. After a few more brews, it won't matter which glass you use for cleaning. I wonder if we could find the precise mixture of paint that tastes like beer. I feel like it would have to involve some orange tones. I don't know. Something about what they do with the oranges, at least for Vallejo, has this very particular sort of hoppy tang to it. And 1,000 glass balls. Already love the mixer. Yeah, they're real nice. I'm glad you're getting some use out of it. Vortex mixers are a good investment, in my opinion. Just, I mean, you shake enough paint, you're wearing on your damn arm. Save yourself the wear and tear. Oh, did you think I was kidding? No, I'm literally drinking paint before every stream. I know I tell a lot of jokes, but I am serious sometimes. And I was hoping that would work. Just use the little tight small brush to get in here. Lay down that coat over the missile launchers, keeping that dark undercoat so that they pop out real nice. Hello. What's up, Edifo? How you doing today, man? What are y'all working on at home? Anybody painting any Battletech projects? I know a lot of people are getting their hands on Wave 2 of the Kickstarter. As we speak, I would love to see any mechs you've been painting. We will be doing the Storm Report at its usual time, 8:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time tonight, if y'all feel like sharing with us. Load this up again here. Doing the last Star League Defense Force company while you wait for Wave 1. Nice. Always love seeing your work, though, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Only Battletech project I'm on right now is writing content for the 1987 Battle Force to cover the Clan Invasion. Interesting. White Wolf, you have enough projects without interjecting more battle mechs, man. Hey, how you doing today, Xander Shade? Hope everybody's having a good weekend. It's been humid here, which is unusual and a bit miserable. Alright, now I'm going to jump to pure white for a couple of touch-ups here, and I'm going to come in and blackwash this whole thing when I'm done, once I've done a couple of hand details. Really just trying to narrow it down to a couple particular spots to hit with this. Don't want to use too much white ever.
Of those who have sinned. Through the suffering of the flesh, sins can be purged. How much blood would you shed to regain purity?
Very slowly working on adding to the short story you discussed. Right. Having trouble focusing, so it's coming together painfully slowly. Probably have a breakthrough at some point. It is the nice thing, generally speaking, about those moments, those times when we lack for creativity, is once we've done it enough times, once we've gone through the cycle, at the very least there is this comforting knowledge that, you know, eventually it'll come to me. I just know that it will. Get rid of that despair of not knowing whether you'll actually get the inspiration or not. Eventually it'll come to you. This is the benefit of practicing your art. Edifo, dropping that Prime subscription. Edifo, thank you so much for your support. Now you can use those voice clips we're so proud of. Oh, I almost forgot the SRM barrels. Let me try to get in here and take those out with my dry brush. So the guy who posed a spider on his Shalona as Green Goblin. I heard somebody say they were going to do that. I haven't seen anybody actually do it yet, but I don't find it surprising. It does look a lot like the Bat Glider. What mech is this? This is the Bane. It is a clan mech. This particular sculpt was done by Ion Raptor. It is unfortunately not available for general distribution. He sent me this copy himself so that I could paint it. As far as I know, he's keeping it to himself and doing private distribution on it. Thank you so much for giving that shout out. Yeah, guys, we're working on Ion Raptor Designs' model today. If you're interested in his work, he streams right here on Twitch where he makes mechs like this. So if you want to watch the process, go ahead on over to that channel and give the man a follow. Because there are so many amazing people who have sent me their work, White Wolf, and I'd like to showcase it, and I would like to work on it so that they can see their, because, you know, as a 3D designer myself, I know the feeling of making a bunch of my own stuff and then never getting around to painting it, and how good it feels when someone else prints and paints my stuff and shows me what it can look like. Because, you know, once you get into 3D design, it's like, you know, you make a lot of stuff. And you're always thinking about that next project. It can be hard to find the time to slow down and finish the one that you started before. All the way through. So I like to do what I can to help. Need one of those Bane 3s. Yeah, hit up Ion Raptor, because, I mean, he's providing them individually, so if you ask real nice, he might print and send you one. I don't even have the files for it. He sent me a physical print, so. A WOB guy yourself. Edifo, you're definitely going to want to check out the work that Ion Raptor's been doing then, because he's been knocking out a whole series of specifically Word of Blake mechs lately. Ah, cha-cha-cha. Like Archangels and such. I don't really know the Wobby mechs all that well. They have a very particular look, I'll give them that. Hey, what's up, Gus Schultz? How you doing today, man? Good to see you. Your old group wants to play again. Your old Battletech group? Fuck yeah, man. There's a lot of people who kind of got out of Battletech who are getting back in with the advent of the Kickstarter and everything. So I'm glad to hear you're going to be able to get some games in, man. Get some of these details around the face. And really just leaning on the dry brush today. I really don't want to do anything much more complicated. I spent the last few months talking about how I want to simplify my paint schemes and simplify my methods and do a bunch of army painting, and then I just progressively dialed up the complexity of what I was doing. Did the exact opposite of what I said I was going to do. Alpha Strike mitigates the suck a little bit, but still, it's a complex game, Painted Ogre. On your printer, what size nozzle are you using? Using a 0.8 on your Ender, but the Hextech building still came out fantastically. I run 0.4 the vast majority of the time, Xander Shade. Seems a lot of 40k players are switching over to Battletech. Also, according to a lot of YouTubers, there is an attempt at a lot of 40kers switching over. I maintain I have my doubts that many of them are really going to stay with it. And I know that I am a cynical, edgy buttlord, but I maintain that this whole we're all quitting 40k thing happens every couple of years. This happens. It doesn't last. It really doesn't last. A Games Workshop has to do, Games Workshop has to do one thing that they like, and most of them will just be right back to it. And I don't blame them. I'm not saying that anybody who's doing that is I'm not speaking pejoratively of them. I understand. I've been there. I've done the same thing. It's a very natural reaction to have. The fact is, you stay where you're comfortable, and particularly the ones who say they're switching to Battletech. I'm like, I don't think that they really understand what Battletech is, because it's not the same sort of game by any stretch of the imagination. People who are into Battletech or 40k are into Battletech and 40k. Or rather, let me put it this way. If you're into Battletech or 40k, you're into it for different reasons. If you're into both of them, you're into both of them. It's not one or the other. They do completely different things. Me, I'm into Battletech, but not 40k anymore. But Battletech didn't replace 40k for me. Battletech was always there. If anything replaced 40k for me, it's games like Maelstrom's Edge. I try to temper it. I really do try to temper my cynicism. I think that it's practical most of the time, but I've been very, very guilty of falling into just edgy cynicism that has no root in reality. I've been there, I've done that more than my share of times, so I do try to be as realistic as I can be with it. Alright, I'm going to take some of this heavy blue-gray and go really, really heavy on a few of these parts in particular. Differentiate them. Specifically, some of these, gears and servos down here on the legs. I want to brighten these up quite a lot. Biggest thing Battletech and 40K have in common is that they're both miniature games. I think I could argue that point, Cold Steel, because Battletech is like barely a miniatures game. You can play Battletech with no miniatures at all if you want to. The default is to play with cardboard standees, for that matter. It is nowhere near as miniature focused as Warhammer 40K is. Like, I agree with your point. I'm just saying, like, even there, you could find hairs to split. And yeah, Roland, I completely agree. Battletech is an advanced bullshit simulator. It has much more DNA in common with role-playing games, like Dungeons and Dragons, than it does balanced competitive war games like Warhammer 40K. And I realize some of you probably just involuntarily threw up in your mouth when I said that 40K was balanced. Everything is relative, and compared to Battletech, it is. That should tell you something. Also played 40K with cardstock minis and origami tanks. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just saying that the culture is very different. You can't show up to a 40K tournament with origami tanks for the most part and go, I'm going to play today. People will scoff at you. But there are very, very few Battletech games you can't show up to cardboard standees with. Or at, I guess would be the proper grammar for that. I'm mostly just doing this because I'm going to come in with some brown colors on these metal parts here in a minute, and I just want to lighten them up so they'll accept it better than the dark blue does. I'm really just playing with colors right now. Why, hello there, Riot Sister. How you doing today?
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
It's true, you don't want none of that.
Hello there.
How you doing, Riot Sister? We're having a nice chill paint day here. I hope you're having a good Sunday on your side of the hills. Let's start fooling around with a bit of heavy sienna, why don't we? For this, I'll be pulling out my wet palette for the first time. And I just note, this is not exactly the most impressive paint job, but I have done all of this with a dry brush so far. And this is a solid start. And honestly, I probably should have done this part first, but I didn't, so I'm doing it now. Thin down my heavy sienna just a touch here. And actually, I may go darker than this. Something like Ebony Flesh from Reaper might be a good choice. Yeah, Amish Stick, that's what I keep telling people. Anytime I wind up in a conversation with somebody who's like, I'm coming to Battletech from 40k, I'm like, play Alpha Strike. Play Alpha Strike first. You're going to recognize Alpha Strike. Alpha Strike is going to feel like a game to you, whereas classic Battletech might baffle, confuse, and upset you. And that's not to say that you need to be some kind of fucking galaxy brain to play classic Battletech. It's just a very different game. The considerations are not the same. Alpha Strike is a perfectly good game. If anything, I think that it hasn't been developed enough. I think if Catalyst is smart, they're going to take some of their development monies that they just slurped right out of the Kickstarter, and they're going to turn that around into focusing on Alpha Strike as their primary game that they market, because it needs development and marketing. It's fairly incomplete at the moment, but with some work, it could take its place among more popular war games out there. But it definitely is going to take some work. See, you're in good company. That's a fine hill to be on. What, Lord 17C? Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing today, man? Again, I hope everybody's having a good weekend. Sunday marks both the beginning and the week, or the beginning and the end of the week for many of us. Getting ready to launch into a whole new set of problems for the rest of said week. Ah, screw it. Let's just go heavy on this. Let's just go heavy on this. I can't think of a good reason not to. Let's have fun. The warm color down here is going to do a lot to set off the colors on the rest of the mech. There are no wrong choices. Lord 17C, yeah, you're probably going to see a lot more of it here pretty soon. The Battletech Kickstarter Wave 2 is just arriving at people's doors. That's not what I'm painting here today. You're mostly going to see me doing 3D printed Battletech content, but a good amount of it. I'd imagine some more streams are going to be picking up these little Battletech mech boys in the near future. Ooh, that sour is indeed quite sour. Goddamn. Every time, it's like it's my first time. You'd think I'd learn. I really, like, even in Alpha Strike, I like hex maps, though. Like, I have played enough war games in my life of every imaginable stripe to recognize that hex mats are fucking fantastic. And that you get just as much flexibility out of a hex mat as you generally do from open field movement, and you also remove numerous gameplay concerns. You remove all argument about range, you remove all the situations, oh, but well, my range is 8, but you're at 8 and 1/16 of an inch. Like, that's just gone. It makes the games run even faster and simpler, and I promise you, you're not giving up any real tactical flexibility. There is a great amount of imagined tactical flexibility, because in your head you're going, wait, but if I can move in a full 360 degrees, and then you start going all galaxy brain. You're like, oh, let me do the math on that. I can move in a billion different directions. And there's all these potential permutations. Realistically, no. There just isn't. Hexes are easier and just as deep, and in my opinion, a vastly superior form of movement. That's not true. Vastly superior is overstating it, but I certainly prefer it. As you might have guessed by the fact that I create quite a lot of hex-compatible terrain. Though I recognize some people don't like using hexes, which is why all my Hextech stuff these days is also available, well, in fact, is available in one format that can be easily used both for hexes and hexless. I'm the weirdo that plays Ogre on an open table. No, that's just awesome is what that is. That's some classic Grog gameplay there, man. Long live the Grogs. For it is through Grogs that these games have survived. Without the Grogs, there would be no Battletech. At this point, it just wouldn't exist. How you doing today, DMK Wizard? Don't like the level of damage abstraction in Alpha Strike and the fact that... Yeah... I probably wouldn't mind it as much in Alpha Strike if I didn't come from Classic Battletech. Classic Battletech is where my love of the game really lay. But I like playing single lance versus single lance at roughly intro tech with house rules, so I don't think that I am a good yardstick by which to measure the average gamer's desires. May have to go on a big terrain tear with your Delta material to repopulate the... Oh, shit! That'd be awesome. I'm about to do an expansion for drop-based Delta, for that matter. In fact, everything's about to get expanded on. The Trinity City expansion for the downtown buildings is just about ready to go. -1. And then I'm going to be launching into some expansions for drop-based Delta, for the industrial set, for everything that currently exists, including the newly released Aeroplex, will be getting updated. Waiting for your sanding sponges to come in the mail today. Oh, nice. What are you going to be using those on, Wizard? You get that Battletech Wave 2 coming in? The sanding sponges actually work surprisingly well on the Battletech PVC. Never seen or played Battletech. It's been kind of an obscure war game for the last 20 years or so, to be fair. Those of us who got introduced to it at a young age can tend to have an attitude of like, how could you have never heard of Battletech? But actually, it's very easy to be a war gamer and have never heard of Battletech. We do a lot of war games here, though. What do you play, out of curiosity, Wizard? Need to keep money coming in via Grogs, but work out how to attract newer players. And that's why I think that upping the marketing and development for... Like, turn Alpha Strike into a real game. You know? Balance things out a little bit more, decide on the current era for tournament play, come up with proper tournament rules, start doing tournament kits, really start pushing it in front of the local game stores, because that's how you start to get this into people's faces. That's what Warhammer 40k does. They know how to put their product in front of your damn face. And that's so much of what marketing is just letting people know that things exist. How you doing today, Seal 6 Operator? Building a Unicorn Banshee Gundam, play Warhammer, Mech Warrior, mostly. Oh, so you're familiar with Battletech in the sense of the world of Battletech, if not the actual game. Because Mech Warrior is the video game series that is based on Battletech. Battletech being the core universe. Thank you so much for the follow, Patty Paints. Welcome in, welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers. Have you played the Battletech game by Harebrained Schemes? The turn-based XCOM style tactical shooter? Or not shooter, I guess, but, you know, skirmish game. Because if you haven't, that game is fucking awesome, and you really, really should. Sinister Grackle! Aren't all Grackles kind of sinister? Am I the only person who finds Grackles kind of sinister? Broadly speaking? Maybe that's just me. How you doing today, Grackle? What bastardized mech is that? This is a Clan Bane. Also known in the Inner Sphere as the Kraken. This is the Bane 3 with 8 LRM-15s, and just because it's funny, a single-shot SRM-4 that I refer to as the Party Popper. I should have done this part first, but I wasn't thinking. That's okay. We're keeping the colors simple today. And I've still got a good amount of time. If I can finish this tonight, I'm gonna. It's because, in my opinion, it's because it's very red. I chose a particularly red-brown to go next to this very, very blue-black that I'm using. Therein lies the power of temperature contrast. It's a wonderful game, Wizard. If you like Mech Warrior at all, I strongly recommend that game. It goes on sale regularly, but even if you bought it at full price, you wouldn't regret it. And it has a lot of fan-modded content for it, too. Yes, Andershade. This is that last little punch, you know? Hey, Spaztech, how you doing? One-shot missile launchers piss me off so much. My guerrilla fighting soul always says I'd rather have a single small laser. That, yeah, I mean, I'm in the same boat. But in this case, I think this was a matter of, like, I don't know. We don't really need any extra tonnage for anything else. It's got 8 LRM-15s, for God's sake. If you're close enough to use the SRM, you've done something wrong. Something horribly, horribly wrong. Yeah, that's true, Trotsky. The Clan LRMs also have no minimum range because everything you can do, they can do better. So really, like, just use the LRMs, man. Just all the time. What's the problem? What range is it at? Why do you care? Fire everything. Also has a crazy number of double heat sinks. It doesn't really run all that hot. Yeah, like in the context of a themed game where you're like, oh, I've got a periphery truck and all I had are one-shot missiles, like something like that, yeah, I can see the fun in them, but broadly speaking, there aren't that many reasons to pull them out. But then it is kind of where I live, as far as Battletech lore and fun goes, is in those janky-ass periphery builds. Of course, I also like random assignment tables, so again, maybe I'm not the best yardstick for the desires of the common gamer. But I like launching 40 missiles a turn. And it's understandable. I mean, with this, you could do, significantly more than 40. It'd be a fun house rule. If you fire more than 100 LRMs in a turn, you count as obscured and get cover from the sheer quantity of acrid smoke you've just generated. Your enemy also gets the Fight in the Shade buff. Who remembers the 300 PG version cut that they did for YouTube back in the day? Our bees will blot out the sun. Then we will hug in the shade. Exactly. This is, and then it's just this badly dubbed in voice going, Cake Town! When he leaps over the guy with the sword to slash homeboy, and it's like a toothbrush going, brush your teeth! It's very stupid. Just get that out of the way. It is very, very stupid. But it's also a lot of fun. I've been digging deep. Getting some deep cut memes lately between that and Power Thirst. It's like I'm really in the early 2000s all over again. I'm feeling pretty good about how this is blocked out. I might come over here and do a little bit right here on the little servo spindle connecting the shoulder joint. Ow! The The system is down. The system is down. No. We put in this tiny little light switch so you can turn the lights on and off, not throw light switch raves. Homestar Runner is always relevant. If only for Senior Card Gauge. I still bust out Senior Card Gauge every now and then. There are a few, just, I don't know, what was it? He's that sort of cool, you know, where he's like always coming out of bushes, like mysteriously, right when you're walking by. And then he says something that's like almost one phrase and not quite another. He's like, oh, excard on me, man. I'm like, fuck? This Riot Sister is New Belgium's L'Amour en Cage Sour. And it is indeed sour, Riot Sister. Thank you for the reminder. Let me adjust my lumbar support. Oh, God. All right. Let's see if I can dry brush on these additional browns without ruining my initial dry brushing. I don't know if I can. We're going to find out. It's going to be fun. Where'd my heavy sienna go? That's the next step I want to go with. Did I put it behind something? No, I put it over here. Just want to go watch some MST3K or some riff tracks. Hell yeah. I'm just going to jump right up to a rust red and we're going to see how that looks. We might get a little slop on some of the other parts, but we're working today on not giving a shit. I'm being selective with our dry brushing anyhow. Oh, WJ, we'll find it. We'll go through those missions again, I'm sure. How do you do your base coats with a standard brush? An aerospace fighter's primary color I want to be metallic. How do you mean, Xandershade? Thin it down and do 2 thin coats. The standard Duncan Rhodes advice certainly applies. If you could refine your question a little bit more, I might be able to give more meaningful advice. Yeah, there's the brown I was looking for. So in this case, it's not meant to be actually rusty WJ. This is just meant to be a sort of deep, brassy colored metal. It's gonna get a wash, too. No, this is just Reaper paint. I'm telling you, you can, like, dry brushing, if you go real thin with it, you can get some very, very fine applications of color. Love making mecha dioramas, you and me both, man. Of course, I don't do anywhere fucking near enough of it, but we're working on that. I'm going to be building myself a larger model kit here in the near future. I picked up one of the Dugram kits from Bandai. I haven't built one of those since I was like 12, so I'm looking forward to that. Most of the time my base coats are uneven. Now that I think about it, I've not tried thinning before. I got the airbrush. Yeah, thin coats are your friend for having nice, even base coats. Very, very thin. Just remember that it's the same advice as measure twice, cut once. It is easy to add more paint to something. It is very, very difficult to take paint off. So use less than you think you need and just do it a bunch of times. And you will get nice, even base coats. They ever make a Zaku kit of the guy that threw rocks because he was out of proper war gear and I don't know that they made a kit of it, but I'm pretty sure you could do that. Using an airbrush is easy, but it's really hard to master. If all you use an airbrush for is the basics, like priming and base coating, I think it's already worth the money. That's a lot of what I use my airbrush for. You never really need to go past that if you don't want to. That said, yes, it is hard to master. If you want to do full paint jobs with an airbrush, which some people do, that takes some practice. To me, an airbrush is a crutch. It would make a terrible crutch. I wouldn't even reach your armpit, Seal 6. Come on. Use it for what it's meant for. Yeah, I know how stupid the things that I say are, as a matter of fact. Have a custom desk being made, and that comes. I'll have more space to do things I need. Nice, wizard. Got a question. How often do you just throw away a brush and buy/use a new one? Not super often. I tend to take decent care of my brushes, though sometimes I forget to clean a brush for a long period of time, and then, yeah, it might wind up in the trash at that point. It depends on the brush. If it was just a little cheapo, particularly like a dry brush or something that I ignored for too long, I'll probably just get a new one. As far as the actual regularity with which I do that, I would say it doesn't happen but like once or twice every 6 months or so. Sometimes I'm lazy, and Amazon has 2-day delivery, you know what I mean? Exactly, it's a tool. You should know how to use all the tools you possibly can in order to expand your own potential, in my opinion. I love the airbrush for, specifically, I prime and I base coat with it all the damn time. I've never gotten really good at doing full paint jobs with an airbrush. Again, I know some people do, and more power to them, that's awesome. At the end of the day, if it helps you get your models painted, like, fucking do it. There are no wrong answers. I'll generally turn them into, like, painting sticks instead, Kursala, like, you know, glue models to them for priming and stuff like that. And that's fine, W. See, that's the thing. This is art. This is art, man. All of this is art. And in art, there's only what you like to do. There's no right or wrong answer. If you like the look of something, then that's what you should be doing. There's no such thing as cheating, because we're not competing. The only person you should be trying to do better than is you from yesterday. How have I not pushed this button one time this stream while I'm sitting here painting the fucking Bane? This is crazy. Doesn't make any sense. Hey, you were mentioning that the other night. I'm not sure about the technique. The egg paint. It's an interesting idea, certainly. A clan mech and it's a missile boat. Filthy. Absolutely filthy. Missile boats with no minimum range. What are we doing? What are we doing with our lives? I couldn't tell you. How you doing, Tawar? To load this up a little bit heavier towards the tip because I got a little chisel edge on this particular brush. It's good for this kind of work. Egg tempera. Problem is, it seems to be very permanent and thus hard to correct. I mean, I guess that makes sense. You ever had someone egg your house and try to clean it up if you let it sit for more than 24 hours? Yikes. Catching a bit of the stream before closing out the weekend. Hopefully you've had a good one, Tawar. Yeah. That's the thing. You gotta remember, Seal 6 operator, we got some painters in here that make me look like a talentless asshole. Gus Schultz knows what he's doing. Thank you very much for the reminder, White Wolf. Woo! That's the business. Oh, thank you, Wizard. It's all relative. It's all relative. This year's been an interesting year for me, painting-wise. I've actually done... I feel like I've accomplished very little, painting-wise. Something that I'm trying to change. I think we're going to try 365 again for 2022. I did it in 2019, and actually did pretty well on it. I think I got to like 320. Oh, to square. Thank you for the reminder. Gonna read the purple. There's purple text? What purple text? Oh, take a nap. Then fire the missiles. Ja. What is that? 365? Yeah, 365 just means paint 365 models in 365 days. Start at the beginning of the year, or really that's arbitrary. You can start at any time during the year that you want, but then that day next year is your target point, and paint 365 models by then. In 2019, I made it to 320. Now, these will often not be the finest paint jobs you've ever done in your life, but there's something to be said for getting a whole lot of them done. As they say, quantity has a quality all its own. No, I'm doing good, but thank you. Aha. Now, I understand what you're saying, Seal 6 operator, insofar as I once held a very similar belief. It's just important to recognize, I think, that it's fine to hold yourself to that standard. And again, because we're all trying to get something different out of painting, and we all enjoy different aspects of it. So, if you feel like you don't like using an airbrush because you just like hand brushing more, that's fucking fine. That's just fine. It's just important to remember that other people aren't going to share that standard for their own painting, and that there are people out there who know how to use airbrushes in ways that are just staggering. So I just say bear that in mind. Well, the primary goal of it, Crossbow Roof, is to encourage yourself to find that tabletop standard and work fast, and for me personally, it's breaking out of my usual tendency to kind of overthink every single mini that I'm painting. I do it specifically so I'll think less and just operate more kind of on instinct and muscle memory. Reflex painting, if you will. The only thing I do fast is sleep. Wow, that's tricky. Exactly, Colonel Matthew Steiner. And I mean, like, this is something that I'm going over personally right now because, like, this year I've gotten very off base with my own painting goals. I've strayed quite far from my own painting philosophies. Strayed far, far away from my usual, I'm painting toys to play with on the tabletop, and I started trying to do higher level paint jobs and learned a bunch of new techniques all at once, and it's been educational. I think it's been good. It's been a part of my painting journey, but I need to take a step back from that and return to my roots a little bit, which is kind of what we're doing today with these nice, simple painting techniques here. And whereas, like, Gus, fucking, this guy wins, like, crystal swords and golden demons and shit. He's painting to a different standard and often for a different reason. But we have this delicious common ground where we love little plastic toys that look badass. This is the common ground on which we meet. This is the common ground, the foundation upon which this stream is built, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, I think Da Vinci would be totally... Yeah, if you handed Da Vinci a technological marvel of painting, he'd be all fucking about it. Dude, B1B Flyer's a fucking great painter. And I have huge admiration for B1B Flyer as a painter because he has that Goldilocks zone of... You know, here's the thing. There are tips, and there are tricks, and there are shortcuts, and there are cheats, and all this stuff, but when you line these up together, if you learn these tips and tricks and cheats and shortcuts well enough to use all of them at the same time and complete a high-level paint job in a low amount of time, you know what that's called? It's called having skill. Alright, what am I on to next? I need a tan. I might just mix a little white, actually, into my rust, because at this point I want to desaturate a little bit. Where's my white? There it is. That's how I stay so young, Time Stop. I just like the look of a brush stroke job. I like the occasional stroke job myself, you know what I mean? I probably just lost like 10 followers. How you doing, sewer creature? That's very true, Xander Shade. Yeah, watch out for that. Like on like can be tricky. DMK Wizard, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome in. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself well enough to want to know when we're going on next. And thank you for participating in chat. Don't get me wrong, I love my lurkers. All you fine people out there lurking in chat, I hope that I'm providing a decent background for your work or reading or whatever it is that you've got going on. Playing Fireteam Elite and getting given the absolute dicking. Dude, Fireteam Elite's fucking awesome. My obligatory plug, by the way, guys, if you're into Aliens and you haven't played Aliens Fireteam Elite, just became available on Steam this last week, go check this game out. Watch some of the trailers. If you have ever enjoyed Left 4 Dead but thought to yourself, this would be fun with xenomorphs, get the fucking game, it's awesome. Almost lost your fingers trying to open this. Always cut away from yourself, Wizard. For the love of God, man. Yeah, the synth heavies are a pain in the ass. They're the reason that I upgrade my missile launcher on the Demolisher so much, is because you can knock them down pretty damn easily with the upgraded missile launch. I guess those are more rockets than missiles. They're unguided. No single player though, right? So it's all multiplayer. But
Welcome,
if
everyone,
you play on standard,
to
you can play with
Thunderhead
bots, and they're not half
Studios,
bad.
where the only rule is
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all,
Don't show them to me.
Don't
do
do
it.
it.
Don't show me your genitals, ladies and gentlemen. We say this because we have an art share segment at the end of every stream known as the Storm Report, which is where you should share pictures, but not of your junk. You should share some pictures of your latest art projects or mini painting. Pretty please. I would love to see what you're working on, and I genuinely think it's important for all of us to get used to sharing our work, to get used to putting ourselves out there, because, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, you are your own worst critic. Pixel Gent, that goes for you too, man. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. But I'm telling you, you are your own worst critic, not just in the sense of being the harshest on yourself, which I promise you, you probably are. You're also, ironically, among the least qualified people on the planet to judge your own work, because you know what you meant it to be. You know where all the mistakes are. You know the little flubs. You know the parts where you were a little extra lazy, and you are never kind to yourself on those fronts, where other people might see something you did that you didn't mean to and go, wow, that's the coolest thing I've seen all day. You should do that again. You know what that is? That's called developing a style. You really need those outside perspectives. Oh, none that I care to tell, WJ. The Army for me is about 10 years ago, and it's a part of my life that I have mostly left behind. Unfortunately, a lot of my good friends that I had while I was in are no longer with us at this point, and so it's just sort of a past chapter, if you will. Oh god, I don't know what it would be now at this point. But yeah, I was Arabic crypto-linguist at the time. I'm sure they've swapped the numbers around by now. Oh, thank you so much, Roland. I've never been much of a cunning linguist, but I was a master debater. If only Fireteam Elite was cross-platform. Yeah, I'm hoping that they will do that, still. There are a lot of updates to the game that need to be made. I think people need to bear in mind, too. This is Cold Iron. I think it's called Cold Iron Games. It's literally the first game they've made. So, you know, give them some time. Two near innuendos within 30 minutes. Wow, we're slipping, aren't we? You shit because you have good taste. That's what keeps you striving for better. You have to know when to put down the brush and let something be done. Pixel Gent, yes. There is wisdom in your words. Something I've been trying to remind myself of lately is sometimes, you know, you're never, something is never necessarily done being painted. You can always do more, but you might be done painting it, and it's important to recognize when that, when that point is reached. Data nerd. Perfect is indeed the enemy of done, and right now I am shooting for done, baby. I posted pictures of my Judge Dredd bust that I finally finished and tossed down some varnish on. It's up on my Instagram now if you guys want to check it out. Hang on. I think it came out pretty good. All in all, I'm very happy with this, considering how little oil painting I've done and the fact that this is the first bust I have completely painted. Probably. I think so. Crossbow roof. I'll probably reserve my oil painting more for individual projects like that for the near future. So what are you guys thinking of this color scheme so far? Our base colors. It's just two-tone at this point. There's only really two colors that have gone down, and I'm really just leaning into that temperature contrast to pick out the most interesting parts of the model. Please do crossbow roof. I'm open to suggestions. Working on your first bust right now for a 5th model you've painted, Pixel Gent. We do an art share segment at the end of every stream called the Storm Report. Starts at 8:30 in about 1 hour. If you'd like to share with us, I would absolutely love to see some of your work. It doesn't have to be finished. You don't have to ask for a critique. You can if you want. But I encourage everyone to share their work as much as is feasible. And it's real easy to do. All you gotta do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access with a button down below chat there, or hit !Discord and chat like Data Nerd just did. And then jump into the channel marked Storm Report and post up to 2 pictures of your work. It doesn't even have to be what you're working on right now. It could be your first model. In fact, I'd love to see your first model compared to your latest. I think that's a very healthy comparison to make. Hey, what's up, Camo Specs? I'm glad you like it. I'm gonna darken it up some with some washes, but I'm just kind of trying to lean into the contrast right now. Quick and dirty, quick and dirty. I just saw a video that Angel Heraldez posted to YouTube about doing non-metallic metal entirely with dry brushing, and my ears perked up so quickly. Maybe we'll give that video a watch and try out some of his techniques. Nice and simple. It's all about making the right decisions. So much of the final quality of a paint job is determined by those choices that you make right in the beginning. Alright, we've been using this dry brush for a while. Let's go ahead and give it a rinse. I'd be happy to, Pixel Gent. Post up a couple of pictures you'd like us to take a look at, man. We'll look at them right here on the stream. No, indeed he's not. He's not human. He's some sort of like Hyperdyne Systems built ultimate painting machine. That's all he does. He can't be bargained with. He can't be reasoned with. One more quick rinse here. I find that metallic paints work best for game pieces as well, CO6 operator. Non-metallic metal leans heavily on the golden angle, and the golden angle is best applied for like showpieces or things that you're taking pictures of. Usually, it's not always true, but usually it is. I'm liking these finer ELF makeup brushes, though. I've only used one of them so far. That lens, that eye lens is very, very small, but I'm going to have to put some color in there. Not sure exactly what I'm going to do yet. Now, these parts are a bit too small for the dry brushing, so I'm going to come in here and do them manually right quick. Should have done them first, but I didn't, so here we are. There is room in the toolbox for all the tools, though, Seal 6 Operator, and the thing is, the longer you paint, the more your mind may change, the more things you may want to try. So I always say it pays to try everything and keep what works, because you never know how it's going to go until brush meets plastic. Just a couple quick highlights in there. It doesn't need to be anything fancy. Just to add some of that visual interest and pull out the detailing a bit. Well, thank you so much, Pond Burn. Yeah, we're giving it another shot, you know. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and start laying down our white striping. Why don't we? And for that, I am going to jump to... Got blue-gray here. I've got a heavy blue-gray Skull Leader 68. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. How you doing today, Matt? Painting for 40 years, I'm set in my ways. You goddamn kids with your goddamn battle mechs. Well, I swear. Ay, ay, ay. Every time. It doesn't get any easier to drink. Thin down this heavy blue-gray a fair amount. It's pretty damned opaque because this is the heavy pigment line from Vallejo Game Color. I guess I've actually got a Pro Acryl that would work pretty well for... no, we're already doing this. Let's keep going. Tighten that up a little bit. There we go. What? Skull Leader, dropping that Prime sub out of nowhere. Skull Leader, thank you so much for the support, my friend. Thank you for the subscription. I hope you're having a great day, man. Hope you're having a good weekend. You paint, Skull Leader? You don't actually have to tell me. If you just want to lurk, that's fine too. Doing our skunk stripes. Not making very straight lines, but hopefully no one will notice but me. I kind of had to juke around this little detail here because I wasn't really thinking very clearly, but I think if I widen it out to the other side, it won't be very noticeable. Howdy, howdy. Do paint, just getting back into it. That's a good idea, Data Nerd. What do you paint, Skull Leader? Just out of curiosity. Any particular game, any particular lines? We all have our loves. Look at you, Data Nerd, telling me to follow my own advice. What nonsense. Also, I can kind of angle it in because the whole hull sweeps inward a fair amount. Battletech mainly, nice! Now's definitely the time to be getting back into it, man. I don't know if you got in on the Clan Invasion Kickstarter, but there have been few better times in history to start getting into Battletech than right now. And if you're coming back to it, there have been few better times to get back into it. Just for the sheer availability. Well, ironically, it's actually not all that available, but, you know, it is more available than it was, and it soon will be even more available than that. And, of course, there's always 3D printing. Bit scared, starting to build a new mech. It's been a while. There should be no fear. There should be no fear in art, wizard. Something I do when I have moments like that is I just ask myself, what is the worst case scenario? What is the bad thing I'm imagining that's going to happen if I fuck this up? What is the worst thing that can happen? And I think that if you follow that through to its logical conclusion, you'll realize that something won't look quite right and you can fix it or do it right the next time. Like, it's really not that bad. Unless you're building one of Metalcore Collectibles' mechs, in which case, fear everything. In which case, there's nothing but fear. You must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. A little death that causes total obliteration. You must face your fear. Allow it to pass over and through you. Turn your inner eye upon its path, and where it has gone, there will be nothing. Only you will remain. Seal 6 operator knows what I'm talking about. How many t-shirts with the litany against fear are going to suddenly pop into existence the second that Dune releases, you guys? Anybody want to take bets? Because it's going to be fucking crazy. Hot Topic is going to start selling mugs with the litany against fear on it. Or not mugs, I don't know. What do the kids buy these days? Fidget spinners with the litany against fear on it. Yeah, that'll be a thing. Vapes. No, fidget spinners are modern and cool. Dude, I know. I pay attention to these things. It is my understanding that fidget spinners are on fleek, as the kids say. I have heard this. There's a question in my mind about whether I continue the white striping down the legs. I'm thinking not. Probably just the upper part of the hull. Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not gonna happen. You're just jealous because I'm streets ahead. Christ, even that movie and that show are both old now. Maybe down the back of the leg, but not the front. Yeah, it would look weird down the front, right? Because it should be from like the head back. Which 3D printer would I recommend? Been thinking of investing in one. So the big question, Skull Leader, is what do you want to print? Do you want to print terrain? Do you want to print models? Or why would you think that, White Wolf? Gee whiz. Also, thank you for the reminder. Oh, the beer passes right through me to square. Don't worry about that. Putting little balls in asses is a royal pain in the bottle. I agree, Sheza. Models mainly, but terrain would be nice as well. So, Skull Leader, there are two broad categories of printer that I'm sure you're loosely familiar with if you've looked into it at all, that being FDM printers and resin printers. FDM printers are your fused deposition modeling printers like the Ender 3, which is very popular. I have personally owned... Did I get a third one and then return it? I think I've only owned two Ender 3s. Two Enders 3 at this point. If you want to print models, it's hard to go wrong with a resin printer, and if you're looking at resin printers, it is hard to go wrong with like an Elegoo Mars. Elegoo Mars 2 would probably be the best buy at this point. I wouldn't bother with the Pro model. The regular model is just fine for the price. Yeah, a Saturn is certainly a good choice. The Mars 3 looks very, very sexy, though. I didn't manage to get one of the pre-ordered versions of that myself. If you're mainly looking to do models, get yourself a resin printer. I do advise an FDM printer because, man, printing terrain is nice, and printing terrain on a resin printer is neither easy nor economical. It's just better one way or the other. Here's the thing that I'm going to tell you, though. If you get yourself a 3D printer and you start 3D printing mechs, if you get yourself like a resin printer, you're going to wind up with an FDM printer eventually, because they're getting cheaper and cheaper. The Neptune 2 that I have running there on that camera right above my head, that was only $160. And it's fucking fantastic. And I print so much terrain and so many accessories with it that it is frankly stupid. It paid for itself almost immediately. What's the best printer for printing butts? In my experience, there's this little brand of printer that comes out of Japan. It's called the Stila Rebel. It's all about butts. It replicates butts like you wouldn't fucking believe. Oh my god, look who it is. That wasn't very good. That wasn't a good joke. I had to think on my feet on that one, and it just didn't come out that funny. Damn it. Disappointed in myself more than usual. How you doing, Stila Rebel? Hope we got that shout out, and we did. Stila, how are you doing today? Did you get your coffee yet, you crazy little person, you? The printer is known as the Ass Blaster 5000. The first 4,999 models were a bit of a failure, but the 5,000 really is where it's at. It's the most economy friendly. The OG Mars Pro is on sale for the same price right now, I think. Pixel Gent, if you've owned them, like, you know, the Mars 2 is a significant upgrade over the Mars 1. I don't know that I would go with the Mars 1 anymore, particularly since, like, they stopped supporting... They only support the last generation of Mars 1s that have the Type-C motherboard at this point. You can't get firmware updates if you don't have the Type-C motherboard, and I was very irritated to find that out as an early adopter. Yeah, the mono screen is so... It prints twice as fast and much, much crisper. You have coffee this time? Fantastic. I'm a big believer in the value of a good cup of coffee, and it always worries me. When you get onto Twitch before you have it, I feel like I'm not getting the real Stila in that case. Guys, if you're not following Stila Rebel, holy shit, should you ever be. Particularly if you have any interest at all in oil painting. This girl is a fucking dynamo, and she bullied me into trying oil painting, and it turns out I actually quite enjoy it. I'm going to continue using it, continue adapting my methods to it, and eventually I'm going to land on a version of it that I can do easily on an army scale. That hasn't quite happened yet, but we're working on it. We're painting skunk stripes on a robot, by the way, Stila. It's been a weird day. Could you repeat the resin printer? Yeah, Mars 2. I strongly recommend the Mars 2, not the Mars 2 Pro. The Mars 2 Pro costs significantly more, and in my personal opinion, the extras that you get are not really worth it. The Mars 2 is a fantastic printer. I've been running one for about 6 months now. I have that and my Mars 1 going, and I'm looking to upgrade the Mars 1 to the Mars 3 when I have the option. What about the Anycubic Mono? Also a good choice, honestly. I have not personally used that one, DMK Wizard, but I've heard good things. Almost anything. Here's the thing, most of these 3D printers are nearly identical, mechanically speaking. There aren't many out there that I would say, no, don't get that one, that one's bad. They're almost all the same fucking machine running the same... the same hardware, same firmware, basically same everything. Thank you so much, Simba. Oops. A little more aggressive there than I meant to be. There's a story associated with Clan Thunderskunk, but it's a traumatic one. You kind of just had to be there early on in the stream when it happened. Really, Sumatha? I'll have to tell it to you at some point. Alright, let's swap up a color. Go right up to Rainy River Design Shadow Skull, one of my favorite colors. Oh, I don't like that story. It was a horrible, horrible day in which a skunk got into my garage overnight, and I discovered it behind a car, and what ensued was like a solid 6 hours of confrontation. I tried everything in my power to get the skunk to leave. I did. I moved everything. I was so careful. I'll tell you though, you don't really know fear until you have stared down the aggressive, puckered anus of an angry skunk pointed right at you. He was ready. He almost just got me, just boom, right in the face, and I whapped him with a long pole, and I mean, like, skunk juice went flying into... It was horrible. It was a horrific experience. And ultimately, the less fun part of the story, it ended with me actually having to kill this skunk, which I did not like. I do everything, and like, I live out in the sticks amongst the varmints, and I do everything in my power to make sure that we never confront one another, because that's my responsibility. They're just looking for food. They're looking for food, they're looking for shelter, they're looking for opportunities, and if they find it in amongst my things, that is almost universally my fault. I approve of this effing chat. Because it really sucked, being honest, and I'm sorry that I had to do it. But it came down to a point where it's like he wasn't gonna leave, and when I finally got him out of the garage, he headed for the shop. And it was just gonna get worse and worse and worse. I couldn't let him get any deeper into the outbuildings, so made a choice. You say that, Dave, like that's fucking easy. Like, oh, just grab the tail and hold it down. Like, I'm not putting my hand anywhere near that snarling little fucking weasel. Dave, you can come take care of it for me next time, buddy. Fuck that. Thin this down a tad bit more. There we go. Well, thankfully, I shouldn't ever have that problem, Wizard. Oh, no. Always worried my outdoor cats will get hit with a skunk. I had a cat get hit twice with a skunk, and yeah, that's a shitty experience for everyone involved. It's also, interestingly, kind of a bonding experience. We had a much closer relationship after that, and there's also something like that really cemented the relationship with this particular cat when I realized that in his moment of absolute desperation, after having been sprayed directly in the face by a fucking skunk, I was the one that he came stumbling up to half-blind begging for help, and based on that, I was like, well, I guess we're in this for life then, buddy. We ride together, we die together. Bad boys for life. And you know what? I was there holding that cat's little paw when the life drained from his body and from his eyes. I was there at the very end, and that is something that I'm not proud of, but glad that I was there for. I am not going to get emotional right now. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I don't have to. Why did I mention that? Why did I mention that story? I knew that it was going to make me emotional. I knew it was going to happen before I did it, and then I did it anyway. What an odd thing for me to do. Huh. It's possible I'm a little stupid. It's entirely possible. In case they do spray me, I made a makeshift shield out of a container lid to try and guard myself from direct exposure. Data nerd, yeah. In fact, it's you, Mr. Cat. Yeah, I know. His name was Mr. Cat. Give me a fucking break. I don't ever feel like I get to name cats. Like, I just get to figure out nicknames that I get to call them because their true names I cannot pronounce. Son of a bitch. Thank you so much for the donation, Sumitha. I saw that pop up there, and of course I don't have Streamlabs up, and of course this is still a problem I'm having with OBS, where it won't show me the stinking donations. Hang on a second, let me pull that up. And no Vergata Rung, no nuclear green. I decided to go with something a little more subdued. There we go. Sumitha, thank you so much for the donation. When we get one chance to make the donation screen have this total. Oh no, what is the total? What are we at? I can't see it. Oh, we're at 69.60. Oh my god, that's so childish. What? Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Sumitha.
I'd buy that for
Thank you, Asri. I appreciate that.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Oof. Every time I cringe a little bit. Every single time. You say that like you wouldn't have done the same, but I didn't get to do it, so I have to criticize it instead, Vergatarum. And yes, I would have. That's not the point. This is actually coming along nicely. I think this is it, guys. I think that we have hit the threshold. We have hit the point at which I'm actually starting to like the paint scheme that I've put down. Thank you so much, Trotsky. Holy shit, Pond Burn! Even I can see that number from here. Where'd my readout go? I literally just had it up. Oh, there it is. Oh, you son of a bitch! I thought it was 101. Messing up the moment. Pond Burn, the consummate troll. Still, man, thank you so much for the tip. I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, we are, I do have the donation goal up at the moment. We are raising some money, not necessarily to buy anything, but just to recoup my investment in the game room streaming upgrade that I have recently done. We're going to be getting some battle reports and some streamed games on the tabletop going here pretty soon. Aiming for the end of September to have our first bat rep recorded along with Hethrir, who's going to be visiting me. And, any donations that y'all see fit to drop to help me recoup that money would be thoroughly appreciated. Failing that, I'll be putting subscription payouts towards that. So your support is greatly appreciated, and hopefully I'll be able to bring you guys some quality gameplay content here in the near future. Alright, at least gameplay content. Quality that might be pushing it. Don't forget the inside of the party popper. Ooh, thank you for pointing that out, because I probably would have forgotten it. Yeah, you can see it's the original brown color rather than the updated ones. Got about a half an hour left. I don't think I'm going to completely finish this model tonight, but I'm going to get damn close, and I'll be able to put down my washes, let those set, come back, do the final details, and then call it done. Keeping it nice and simple on this paint job, and glad that I am. It feels good to be getting back to dry brushing and simple acrylics. Steela Rebel bullied me into doing complicated things. Should have heard the name she called me. It was terrible. Her and Wapelli is both. But White Wolf, it's easy. It's much easier than taking responsibility for my own choices and actions. That sucks. I've done that. It's bullshit. Go ahead and hit the front panels here. I'm actually going to go ahead and pop this off the magnetic holder for the moment so I can kind of do my claw grip a bit. I may have Stila, but that doesn't mean I'll ever admit it. You can't make me. I posted pictures of my finished Judge Dredd bust, by the way, earlier on Instagram, if you feel like checking them out. I'm pretty sure I tagged you right in them. And in all honesty, Stila, you have made oil painting much more accessible to me, which I am thoroughly appreciative of. Oh, thank you so much, Stila. It felt a little silly doing it alongside someone who oil paints as much as you do. But at the end of the day, I don't really give a shit, because I enjoyed that multi-stream so much. I could have done the worst paint job of my life, and that still would have been time well spent. Have a question. Recently paid someone to make an STL for me. Cost around $250. I would like to just release it to the world, but I don't want to eat $250 either. Thoughts? Put it up on my mini factory for a very reasonable fee would be my thinking. Like, something like $5 is a very, very reasonable amount of money to pay for a good-looking STL. Depends on the size of it, obviously, but, you know, it's not so high that people are really going to be breaking the bank to get their hands on it, but you'll recoup a little bit of money. My initial work went up on Cults 3D for monies, and I have been continually surprised that I still get payments from that. People will buy your work. I would clear it with the artist. Just let him know you're going to be doing that. Be like, hey, I'm going to be putting this up for some monies to recoup the amount that I paid you for the work. Just make sure that all of your rights are clearly delineated, because the last thing you want is for them to be like, oh no, I wrote down that you're not allowed to sell it. Yeah, put it up on Cults or My Mini Factory, or both, for a fee. You might be surprised how many people are willing to pony up $5 to $10 for an STL. I haven't looked at Sir Mortimer's prices. Are they high? I'm familiar with some of his work. touch this up with some white, and then I can get to putting down my washes before we roll into the storm reports. Where's my pure white? I just had it. Here it is. Around $5 each. Oh, that's not bad. Not printer friendly. Oh. That's something that's been very important to me since I started designing 3D printer files. Like, if someone comes to me and says, I'm having trouble printing this thing you did, like, I have a tendency to go, like, back to formula and completely redo the damn thing. My first experiences with 3D printing were I bought a Kickstarter, which, by the way, I was looking at these pieces that I printed the other day, the first Kickstarter I got in on, I was looking at them, and now that I've done a lot of 3D design, I was like, this is so fucking primitive. This is so fucking primitive. I didn't know what to look for at the time, but now I see how he put the pieces together, and I'm like, maybe I should run a Kickstarter. Like, goddamn. They're good files. I didn't understand enough about 3D printing at the time to really see how they were assembled, but now I do. Yeah, if you're taking files that are... Because when you design 3D files for a video game, like, the considerations between texture mapping and making it move around a 3D space in a rendering engine and 3D printing something, these are two completely different tasks. And you have to think about very, very different things in your file. So yeah, if those are designed primarily for use in a video game, it's no surprise that they don't print all that well without significant modification. Who did the Marauder STO you painted a while? Did I paint a Marauder? I don't remember painting a Marauder. Was it a Mad Cat? Maybe? Was it a Rakshasa? Should really start working on making some models for printing. Went to school for game art and I hardly use it at all. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, Pixel Gent. Pick some things that you want to paint and make them for yourself. I did a Rakshasa. Are you asking about, this guy? Because if this is the one you're thinking of, this is also Ion Raptor. Ugh. Ah-cha-cha. Still use Maya. I really should try to make the switch over to Blender at some point. Ooh, Blender. That's a whole can of worms right there, isn't it? I'm personally a big Fusion 360 and ZBrush guy. I don't fuck with no Blender. It's a wonderful piece of software, but it also makes me go a little cross-eyed. Rinse my brush a little bit here. Have you used the latest Blender lately, Pixel Gent? Because actually the UI for Blender has improved quite a lot just in the last year. Yeah, I did an Annihilator a bunch of times and never, ever came out with a paint scheme that I actually liked on it. It was actually pretty embarrassing. Oh, very slowly, Hanatic Mom. Very, very slowly. It is to be savored. Also, if I chugged it, I think I might throw up. It's like, when they say sour, they're not kidding. Alright, so this striping is going to get a little bit of black wash on it, and then it's going to get touched up anyway. Ooh, let me hit the front plates. Get some whites. Before I continue on. And then I'll come back over and do some detailing on these as part of the final pass. Oop, let me do the SRM launcher, because that was just mentioned, and if I don't do it now, I will definitely forget about it later. Oh, it's the fermented hop juice with gooseberries, Hanatic Mom. The 3D mouse cursor thing, yeah. You know, with any design space like that, you just gotta work with what you're comfortable with. And just because something works for one person doesn't mean it's gonna be your favorite. It's what? It's the 80-20 principle, isn't it? 80% of users are gonna use 20% of features? Particularly with Blender or like ZBrush, the trick is just figuring out what 20% of those features are for you. Pop this top off. Touch of my white paint into my rust. And a touch more. Just kind of hit these little triangles between launchers and a little bit on the bottom lip just to sell the shape of the launcher. That's pretty good. Gee! Gee, says Vergatarung. Is that tabletop scale? It is the Huff. This is 6mm scale. It's just a huge fucking mech. It is on a larger base. This is a bigger hex base that I put this guy on. Mostly just to help stick him down. He fits on a regular size hex base, and that's probably what I'll finish basing him on. But for the painting process, I'm keeping him on something a bit bigger. Couple of quick touch-ups. This is the thing you can do with dry brushing, is do most of your work with it and then save the hand work for just some touch-ups on some spots that you might have missed or weren't super easy to hit with the dry brush. Big stompy feats, he does indeed have those. Yeah, scale creep. Too big. Have to rescale most of the Dugram stuff as it is too large. for tabletop. I scaled them, they're 6mm scale, and I scaled them to be roughly 45 feet tall, which is good approximation for what that size of mech should be. But yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing about 3D printing, though, is, you know, I do it to the scale that I like, and you can rescale the file to whatever ultimately works for you. Most of what we did Amateur Paint Hour, like, this was almost entirely dry brushing. I have touched the hand brush, which is not a good phrase. The detail brush to very, very few parts of this model. I would still need some hand detailing, but for right now, we're going to put down some washes to blend those dry brushes together and give ourselves some slightly deeper shadows. So I'm going to be pulling out some of this. We got some of the early washes from Rainy River Designs. Maybe we should try some of that. I've got Gunmetal Glaze. That's the slightly metallic one. I've got Gun Barrel Black. That is non-metallic. Kursala, help me out. Which one of these isn't metallic? I got Gunmetal Glaze and Gun Barrel Black. The Barrel Black is regular and the Gunmetal is the metallic. Okay, I thought that was probably it. Put some of it out here. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Actually, I want to use these together on something, so I'm gonna skip that for the moment. That just gave me an idea. But I'm gonna go to my trusty Army Painter Quick Shade Dark for what I'm doing right now, because I have something particular in mind. Put this on my wet palette. I am gonna put in a couple drops of Flow Improver, assuming I can find it. Why isn't it? Oh, there it is. A little Flow Improver to break the surface tension. Switch to a broader brush. I can use this brush. There's nothing wrong with this brush. Mix that up. And really, I should do this other wash first. Not light tone. Strong tone. That's what I want. Interested to see how you would tackle the livery of Word of Blake from Operation Lancaster. Primarily white, color fading to black to the right and left of center. I'd probably do most of that with an airbrush from the sound of it. I don't know. If Ion Raptor keeps making these damn Wabi mechs, I might wind up painting some of those just for gits and shiggles. And some of my Flow Improver. I do love the Army Painter Quick Tones. They're like the only thing I still use from Army Painter. I actually think their metallics are pretty good, but a lot of people dislike their regular paints. I can understand it. So the thing is, Army Painter, I've had more bad batches of paint than from almost anyone else, and that's a huge problem. If I don't know if I'm going to get a good batch from you, I'm generally going to stop buying your paint altogether, you know? So, let's just lay in some of this strong tone over our brown metal parts. The Bird of Wake. Pretty sure I played that game. That was the one where you had the flashlight and there were the shadow monsters, right? Oh god, Data Nerd. Why do I do these things? I think my next paint foray is going to be redoing the stains to be more like the AP shades. Tap washes are real. I don't think I've used the... Oh, Army Painter. Like, I'm using them right now. I was like, Tap? Who's Tap? Oh, the Army Painter. Her. Literally just saying how much I like them. It's worth noting that the Army Painter Quick Shades that you get in a bottle and the Army Painter Quick Shades you get in a can are not the same thing. They're not even remotely the same formulation. Not to be confused for one another. I do not really recommend the ones in the can. That was a part of their initiative to have the Army Painter Quick Paint method, where you take a mini and you base coat it and then you literally dip it in a can of wash. I don't really like that method. Yeah, it's a polyurethane. It's like a floor polish is what it is, Huff. So yeah, it's a PU. Like, you could use it to clear coat your wood floors. I wouldn't necessarily put it on a model. Works great for Tyranids, though. I mean, you know, there are definitely some armies where it's like, I want the 3-color minimum, let's go, where I totally see the utility of it. I have personally never... I just don't paint armies like that, but that's me. So it has a very particular place. And, you know, if you want to use it, go ahead. But unless you're painting a massive horde army, I feel like there are almost always better alternatives to literally dipping your models in varnish. There you go, crossbow roof. If you're painting literally several hundred 10mm World War II troopers, it's probably great. It's the right tool for some very specific tasks, but my answer to that is to never do those tasks. But that's just me. Your mileage may vary. You save your Twitch feed for watch from start to finish. Miss the start of the mech painting. Yes, Skull Leader. Everything is on Twitch for at least a month as a VOD, so you can watch these streams from start to finish anytime you want. Alternatively, when they go off of there, I upload them to my YouTube channel. I'm a few behind at the moment, but I'm catching up. And hopefully in the near future we'll have better content on the YouTube channel. There should be a link tree somewhere in my About page that will take you to a series of links, including the link to my YouTube if you are interested. Ion, this has been a joy to paint so far, man. Your details are all real deep and crisp. I've done almost all this with dry brushing. Like, it's been a really, really quick and easy paint job, and that's mostly because you did a great job on the initial sculpt. This is the first Thunder Skunk that I actually like. Yes, Riot Sister, that is correct. Up there, that is not actually an Ender 3, that is a Neptune 2. I just haven't updated the readout. And a very good evening to you, Commander Mittens. How are you doing today? Thank you so much for getting that shout out, Riot Sister. Commander Mittens, a mini painter I've only recently discovered. I'm not sure how long she's actually been on Twitch, but I have only recently started ducking into her streams, and wow, what a talented, dedicated, and entertaining painter. Commander Mittens, it's wonderful to have you here. Guys, if you're not following Commander Mittens yet, you really should be. You're only doing yourself a disservice. That's a great question, Huff. I could not say. Thank you, Riot Sister. Your efforts are always appreciated. How you doing today, Commander Mittens? You working on anything fun? Been streaming mini painting since January. So right about a year after I started. I didn't discover you until just a few months ago, so I missed the early months, but Commander Mittens is definitely one of my favorite streams to pop into at this point. I lurk there quite a lot. It probably has something to do with the fact that she's usually painting like late in the evening for me, which is when I'm looking to consume painting content anyway. Oh, to square. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm almost through this sour. So close. Oh, it's so good, but it hurts so much. Yeah, I've got, I went with the Bane 3, but yeah, there are extra arms for the Bane right here, including the, it's either 2 rotary autocannon 5s or 5 rotary autocannon 2s per arm. Either way, it's gonna make me push my favorite button yet again.
Gun.
There's one more. There's one more button I can push that's appropriate for the Bane. If you're squeamish, I apologize. It's a little violent.
You now have 15 seconds to comply. You are in direct violation of Penal Code 113, Section 9. You now have 5 seconds to comply. 4, 3, 2, 1. I am now authorized to use physical force.
Just all the guns. I do apologize if any of you are squeamish and don't like that scene. But goddamn do I love RoboCop. Shit, it's 8:30 and I haven't finished doing my washes yet. I gotta hurry. We're gonna get there. Shit. I didn't think doing the washes would take me this much time, but I've been going slow. These are really Xander Shade. I own like 5 or 6 copies of it in various forms of medium, so I never have trouble finding one to watch. But that's pretty cool. Back from watching Sakura Wars, how you doing, Mafik? Hey, Rodan, good to see you, man. Hear what happened to Samuel L. Jackson's Star Wars character. Is this the setup for a terrible joke, Roland? I suspect that it is, but I'll listen to it anyway. I just want you to know I'm already disappointed in you for whatever the punchline is. Yeah, there it is. Oh, God. Oh, that's just... Roland!
Yo.
We'll ban him about the same time we officially ban Chaotic Harmony. Seen the RoboCop Criterion Edition rated X for violence? Yes, Seal 6 Operator. There's like an extra 3 to 5 seconds of Mr. Kinney just getting blasted. Just so many squibs going off. Like he's lying on the table, he's already had his torso ripped to pieces, and Ed 209's just still firing. One of my favorite things about that movie, one of my favorite little details in that, is that they knew Ed 209 was a piece of shit that didn't work right. They knew it. They didn't care. They had a military contract. In fact, that's one of Ronnie Cox's lines. He's like, we had deals with the military, multi-year contracts, repair parts, services. Who cares if it worked or not? The gutted, yeah, no, that's no good. There's also the extended scene of Murphy getting shot. He gets shot many, many more times in the full version than he does in the censored version. He gets blown to pieces. Well, not to pieces, but he gets shot in the chest, in the body armor a bunch of times, and then he gets shot in the head. There was one more appropriate button for that one, Roland, and I'll give you that one here. Just for you, buddy.
Take a seat, young Skywalker.
And his hand. Yeah, and there's a joke about it, too. They blow his hand off, and Clarence Boddicker is like, we'll give the man a hand. It's terrible. I mean, in general, they're joking about murdering a man slowly. It's a very dark scene. But then Clarence Boddicker is just a bastard. I'm getting through this quick, guys, so we can launch right into the storm report. I just want to get this done so I can let it sit and set while we're going over the entries. Wizard, good luck to you, man. Have fun with your build. I hope that we see you again. We stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. So I hope to see you here Tuesday, man. We'll be painting on some Warcaster Neo Mechanica more than likely. You have a clip where RoboCop shoots the guy's dick off. Who do you think you're talking to, man?
Your move, creep.
I absolutely have that clip. It's one of the best shots in the movie. Your move, creep. I didn't want to have it go on longer than that, but the line after that is also hilarious. The woman runs up to him and she's like, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." And he just turns his head very mechanically to look at her and says, "Madam, you have suffered an emotional shock. I will notify a rape crisis center." And she just looks so baffled. We'll even throw in a blow punked. Okay, yeah, I don't have that one lined up, but that's a good one too. And then I want to recount. And no matter what the results are, I want my old job back. Oh, that's a little... Oh, shit, that's a little too close to home, isn't it? I just realized that kind of happened. I don't want to get into that conversation. I'm just saying, damn. Yeah, in retrospect, that might be a little too close to home, Data Nerd. He wants a new 6000 SUX. What else did I put in here from that one? I just added these ones, and I really like them quite a lot. You see, we've been through all of them except for...
I bet you think you're pretty smart, huh? Think you can outsmart a bullet?
Which is, of course, classic. And then, finally...
Let me try that!
Cobra assault cannon, state of the art, bang bang.
I like it! Yeah, I was thinking that when I was looking at it, Ion Raptor, and that's kind of why I decided to lean into the Thunder Skunk. Because it just had two big, beautiful panels that seemed like they were waiting for some striping. I think it's going to look really good when I come back and I do the final detailing on it.
Oh, Walter's workshop is so sweet. He makes a grown man blush. Oh my God.
Walter's Workshop, how you doing today, man? The man, the myth, the motherfucking jabroni himself, Walter's Workshop. Guys, if you're not following, you crossed my line of death. That's it, mister. No more military aid.
Do you like sexy Battletechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
I should line up some of the RoboCop commercials. They are funny as hell. Yamaha, you pick the hearts. And remember, We care. Busy weekend, but a good one. You know, there are definitely worse things in this life than being busy, Walter. I hope busy with all good things. I'm just finishing up my washes on this guy so that we can roll on into the storm report. I've been just dawdling and taking my time tonight, apparently. I've been working real slow lately, Walter, and I'm trying to just finish some models. You know? My Instagram feed is like all stream announcements and 3D modeling. That is admittedly, like, I don't have any reason to have that one in the stream, Seal 6 Operator, but it's one of the best lines in the movie. When, fucking Miguel Ferrer has the hookers over to his fucking place, and Clarence Boddicker rolls in with a handgun and some grenades, and just goes, "Bitches leave," and the bitches leave. Like, "Oh gee, sorry Bobby, bye. Are you gonna call me?" I've seen RoboCop once or twice, if that's not obvious by now. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. Also, came out the year that I was born. Though 87 was a good year for action movies. We also got Predator that year. You know what always gets me? Is the scene when Ronnie Cox comes up behind him in the bathroom and like threatens him over the urinal. And he like brushes his hand back across his hair and then grabs his scalp, and I'm like, dude, he didn't wash his hands. He never washes his hands in that scene. He comes out of the stall. And somehow that is always the thing that upsets me in that scene. Alright, I don't think I missed anything. At the top of the SRM here real quick. And I'll do a few more strategic passes with the dry brush as part of the final detailing, as well as hitting some lenses, adding a couple more splashes of color to keep the interest up. Let me do one quick swipe of a very, very tiny amount of wash down over the white stripes. Not much at all. So, this is where we are at tonight after a couple hours of painting on this fantastic Bane 3 from Ion Raptor. Let's take a look, and then let us take a look at what y'all have been posting to the Storm Report. He's a little bit shiny, he's just been washed. And I'll come back in and hit the dry brush points with one or two quick passes just to pull out the big parts. Brighten up the stripes, add a little bit of extra color to the central eye lens there, which should be tricky. That's a pretty deep lens you made there, Ion Raptor. Blows your mind that Bob Morton's dad is the Potty Shah Emperor. Wait. Yes, he was, wasn't he? I hadn't really thought about... that actor is not even in Dune all that much. But yeah, you're right. That's a weird one. Ion Raptor, you did a fucking phenomenal job on this sculpt, dude. And thank you so much for sending this to me. It has been my pleasure to paint. I still gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for the base. Y'all have any suggestions on the base? I am open to it. I have a number of weathering powders. I might do something like a desert base and then do some, you know, some weathering pigments down around his feet. Shock. As one of the best lines in Justice League Unlimited. Like, Lex, are you gonna wash your hands? And he goes, no, because I'm evil. Feeling tundra/winter. Ooh, that could be fun. I don't really do snow bases all that much, but you're right, a nice bright white base would kind of balance out because I'm not doing the stripes on the legs, they're just on the upper torso, so the white would kind of balance from top to bottom. I think that's a good idea, and I think that's probably what we're gonna go with. But I just want to get across, guys, for those of you who are painting battle mechs, like, you can do this with dry brushing over a very, very short period of time. It does not take much, and I'm not going to sit here and say that this is the greatest painted mech you're ever going to see, but it didn't take me much time or much effort, and when you're painting a whole lot of them, that matters a whole hell of a lot. So let's go ahead and shift gears here, find out what you folks have been up to since the last stream in the Storm Report.
All right, locusts and gentlemen.
I should have taken a bio break first. Fuck.
Lord Peyton wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Bane. Yeah. Oh no! I have this set up from the last stream. We'll fix it. Hold on. Hold on. Where is the damn thing I'm trying to turn off? I hope you guys are enjoying this amazing black screen. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so great. Piece of crap. Hang on. It's my own fault because I had this pulled up. I'm so good at streaming. I'm so amazing at it, you guys. Holy crap. There we go. That's what I meant to have up. Okay. There's that. And why isn't my face appearing? That's odd. It should be there. This is a problem I haven't had before. No, it's not layered at the bottom. It is decidedly above everything that it needs to be. Let's shift it around a little bit, and ooh, there we go, that's a little bit better. Not sure why it was tucked down underneath some stuffs. Okay, but anyway, we fixed it! That's the point. Yeah, I'm so good at this, you guys. Can you tell that I've been streaming for going on 2 years now? Because I can't. Whoopsie daisy. Alright guys, give me just 1 second real quick. Let me jump up, grab something to drink, I'll make it real quick, and we'll dig into what we got up here first from Mafik. I'll see you in just a second. Whew. Sorry for the delay, folks. I usually time that a little bit better. Let's go ahead and dig into the storm report and see what we've got today. Avash, it is a pleasure to see you, man. How you doing? A dog with a beer holder vet. Yeah, my dog Winnie would, she'd make a mess. Like, she would want to help. She'd be very enthusiastic about learning her job, but ultimately, I think she would just make a horrific mess, and none of us would be happy at the end of it. She'd be covered in beer. I'd be down several beers. It would be a bad day for everyone involved. Sorry, I'm just moving my dry brushes out of the way. Tuck this Bane in the corner there. And let's have a look. Here we have up first from Mafik. Here's one of my world-building critters, which is the neuroparasite that can enter the prey's mouth and eats what's inside. What's inside the mouth or what's inside the prey? This is like some From Beyond shit right here. Flesh, skin, soft skull, neuroparasite. 27 frontal sharp teeth. No. No, not at all. Absolutely not. You say neuroparasite, and I think it's like something that's going to attach to the brain, but it's just a horrible tooth monster that scours your insides like a carnivorous glacier. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It does remind me a lot of From Beyond. That might be just because I watched From Beyond recently, but, you know, you turn on the... I can't remember what they called the device that lets you see between worlds, and then they're like... suddenly swimming around you. They were there the whole time, and you had no idea. It also eats the brain. Okay, fine, then it can be a neuroparasite. Fair enough, Mafik. Interesting, though. We don't see a lot of the world building. We've been on the tank waifus quite a lot lately, but I'm always glad to see some more of your work, Mafik, even if it might give me some nightmares, potentially. It lives in the deep forest of the rust machines and is quite dangerous to humans, but for Crystalians, you're eating it like it's a turkey-flavored bubblegum. Who eats turkey-flavored bubble? What? What? What an odd, what'd that be? A simile? What a very, very odd simile. Turkey-flavored bubblegum. That sounds awful. I don't want turkey-flavored, but I'll have turkey, I'll have bubblegum. Why do you have to combine the two? Since the parasite's substance is quite like melted cheese, but tastes different. Oh my god. Oh, and they're huge! Oh, I didn't realize quite how large they would be, apparently. Mafik. I say this with love, Mafik. You're a weird guy. Welcome to the Broken Void. I love it. I love it. But at the same time, you're a weird guy. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing this with us today, Mafik. And again, for some more of his very unique art style, interesting world building, and of course, tank ladies with tiggle bitties, do be sure to jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord and check out Mafik's art channel. Oh man. Okay, here we have up from Darkheart. More details on these paladins debating, a few more details on these paladins debating sword color. Well, these are coming together nice. That's a nice vibrant red, too. I love some good body horror. Yeah, we know you do, Sewer Creature. You are also a very weird guy. It seemed to be what I attract, for whatever reason, to the community. For whatever reason. I couldn't possibly guess why. I wouldn't dare to even venture a guess. But creative-minded, very odd folk. The gold looks nice, the silver looks nice. Debating the sword color. Depending on what you want to do with it. If you want to try for like a power sword glow kind of an effect, Darkheart, consider green. It's a color that doesn't really appear elsewhere on the model. You could do... Because the armor itself, it's gray, but is it a little bit blue? It's hard to tell from this angle. Blue or green is a good choice, though. If you're going to stick with straight gray and like black wash on the armor, green eyes and green sword, or blue eyes and blue sword. Either one would look pretty good. And these swords are nice, big, flat areas that are a good opportunity to experiment with blending, which I strongly recommend. Look up a couple of like power sword tutorials online and just follow them a step at a time. I think you'll like how the result comes out. Here we have from Datron Voltari. Used my block stacking abilities to make my first sort of recognizable object in Blender without a tutorial. Solid, manifold, printable, and utter crap. Oh, that's not true. It's the gun pod from an AFC-01 Legios of Genesis Climber Mospida. None of those are words. Also known as the Alpha Fighter in Robotech. Oh, okay, there we go. Slapped together in about 20 minutes. Sadly, still better than half the crap on Thingiverse. Legitimately, Thingiverse is full of a lot of bullshit. There's some truly terrible files on Thingiverse. There's some really good ones, though, too. You know, I understand. And even looking at this from an outside perspective, from someone who doesn't use Blender or other modeling software, you might go, what's so special about this? It's a funny little gun. It's a funny little gun. But just manipulating solids, manipulating primitives in Blender enough to create manifold solid pieces that print well is an accomplishment. Is absolutely an accomplishment. I am 100% here for it, and I'm fucking proud of you, man. These are the first steps on a longer journey, and I look forward to seeing where that carries you. Far more respect for people who know what they're doing, far less for the guys who publish trash. Yeah, there are people out there who definitely put out a whole lot of files, and most of them are not great. And that was a decision I made early on, is that if I put out any files, they're going to be fucking ironclad, and I've mostly stuck to that. I've made a couple of mistakes along the way, but I absolutely respect that. You've taken your first steps into a larger world. Thunderstorm hitting here. Let's see if we cannot lose power. Good luck, Crossbow Roof. My thoughts are with you, man. Well, good job, Datron. Wonderful, wonderful work. Here we have from Crossbow Roof. Don't talk to our child ever again. Plico and Scampy heavy drones I printed from the amazing Piper Makes Patreon. Standard Tau gun drone for scale. These are pretty cool. These are really, really quite cool. Almost as cool as Charlene 648. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I actually do appreciate this for scale. The bottles are decent, but the drone kind of puts it in perspective. Now, are these meant to stand in for, like, what, piranhas? I'm gonna guess. I'm not familiar enough with the Tau Codex right now to guess just based on the weapons. I'm seeing Hunter Seeker, or Hunter Killer missiles, burst cannons, plasma carbines? Yeah? Remora drones. See, I don't even know what the fuck that is. Heavy drones. Okay. Yeah, there's stuff in the Tau. I haven't played a game of 40k in a handful of years at this point. Please tell me I'm not the only one that's reminded of the 1980s movie Batteries Not Included. Oh, man. There's something I haven't thought about in a long time. And now that you mention it, yeah, I can see that. I just want to tuck this away before I forget to do it. There we go. Can't wait to print Piper's Sturgeon battle suit. I feel sure I've seen some of their work before. People make some pretty cool stuff for Tau. Either way, nice, clean prints. Can't wait to see some paint go down on these bad boys, Crossbow. Yeah, Remora drones. I'm gonna have to look up what the standard Remora even looks like. Oh no, people have been playing some Jackbox. This simply should not be the image of the Jigsaw puzzle. No. No, neither of the... No. Oh no. I'm glad that I'm literally always the butt of the joke in these games of Jackbox, even when I'm not there. Oh, God. Oh, here we have from White Wolf Setup Sunday, how to go cross-eyed with the firsts. edition. And also a very good, it would actually be good evening for me, Charlotte, and a very fine good evening to you. A very fine good evening. God, how superfluous. How about just a good evening? How do you get one of these Ion Raptor mechs? So, unfortunately, Valthorn, you want to contact Ion Raptor directly, and he might sell you one and send it to you. His files are not available online for the most part anymore because people on like Etsy were just taking his files and 3D printing them and selling them themselves. The same thing has happened to a number of my own mechs. It's just the difference is, in my case, I'm generally replicating something that already exists, and I don't feel like I have any real right to profit from it anyway, so I'm like, whatever, I was never going to make that money. In Ion Raptor's case, they are, if not original designs, they are original sculpts of other designs, and he puts a lot of hard work into them. Yeah, it really is. We've just been working on that tonight, actually, Charlene. But like I said, contact Ion Raptor directly. You can ping him. He has a art channel on my Discord. Does Ion Raptor have his own Discord? I just realized I can't remember. He has an art channel on my Discord. If you pop into his art channel there and ping him, you can probably ask him if he'll send you a copy, though. He did a wonderful job of it. This thing has been an absolute pleasure to paint. We're not quite done with it yet, but we got most of the way done with it tonight. Just released a patch? No shit, WJ. Check that out when I get off. Yes, I'm serious. I've never done water slide decals before. Still don't get why so many don't believe me. Oh, well, it's true either way. I believe you. You can build a lot of models and never touch a water slide decal. Here be a Fox's setup for getting Rombo Rawls prototype MS-04 all fancied up with some water slides. No, I didn't say the model name. Thunderhead always gets a weird voice when he says... I can't help it. It's the Boogoo. Mark Setter and Softer were brought onto the desk shortly afterwards. I greatly prefer the Delphi decals, or Delphi decals, over the Bandai ones, especially the small ones. Delphis stick on the model a lot better, for example, and a lot of the small things are actual text, not just blocks. We got a follow there from Akada. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. The Boogoo. I caught that. I say Delphi because that's just what it should be. And then I realized there's no H. I'm like, oh, it's Delphi. What the fuck is a Delphi? It looks like it's coming together real nice. And you certainly have plenty of decals to apply. Holy moly. I'm looking forward to a good detail shot of this guy. What with all the panel lining you've done and now these going down? Wonderful. Wonderful work, White Wolf. Wait, what do I run? Speaking of decals, other ones folks use for Battletech. There is a company called Fighting Piranha Graphics, Charlin, and he makes a shitload of water slide decals specifically for Battletech. The only problem is that Fighting Piranha decals, as far as I can tell, is like one guy with a printer that he runs out of his basement, and you have to send him emails to put in orders, and I think he's got a backlog right now. It's really hard to catch him at times when he doesn't. But he makes really, really good stuff. I'm probably exaggerating. It's probably two people with a machine that they run out of one of their basements. Yeah, Charlene, I believe that. I don't know why there aren't more water slide decal producers. I don't understand it. You would think that industry could support more than like a single business. You can print your own, Charlene. It's tough. It is tricky to print your own without a high quality laser printer. And at the scale for Battletech is also very tough. I don't have, unfortunately, a better suggestion. Yeah, because the printers don't print white. There's almost no printer. There are printers that specifically do print white, but the vast majority of printers don't bother printing white because you're printing on white paper. It doesn't make any sense. Better to go through Fortress or Ares for decals. Oh, they have them? I guess they stock some from Fighting Piranha. So that's something you could check out, Charlene. And it might also still be a problem for you getting them imported, but check out Fortress Games or Ares Games. You might have better luck with them. You're still probably going to pay a premium on shipping. It's about 4 weeks. It's depended for me. I've had orders from Fighting Piranha that were turned around in 2 weeks. I've had orders from them that I forgot about and then I got 6 months later. It depends. That's what I thought, Nanotanks. There's literally only 1 or 2 companies in the world that print top quality decals. It's a real narrow choke point on that particular product. What had been the go-to thermal printer for white has been out of production for years, and the ink ribbons are extremely difficult to get a hold of. God, there has to be some better answer, though. I don't know what it is, or I'd probably be making money on it. But, yeah. Either way, I hope that's helpful. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a better answer, Charlene. Here we have from Wheezy, update on my son's Warhammer. We watched your stream together and agreed that a wash would help the gold quite a bit. Before on left, after on right. Did a pretty good job, but also recognized to let some of the wash pool up a bit. Overall, I think it's improved with the wash. It's a pretty good effort for an 8-year-old. This is a pretty good effort for a fucking 30-year-old, man. Like, yes. First of all, yeah, the wash helped the gold quite... Like, you can immediately see the difference that it makes. It just gives depth. Just much better depth overall to the figure. This is actually, I mean, particularly for an 8-year-old, but it's looking pretty damn good. The fact that he has enough brush control to get in there, to get the lasers, and to get the cockpit visor the way that he did is really impressive. Right? That's what I'm saying, Charlene. I'm like, I know 35-year-old men who don't paint this well. And I'm not going to blow smoke up anybody's ass. I'm not going to sit here and go, this is the greatest paint job I've ever seen. I will say something, though. I think this is probably the greatest paint job from an 8-year-old I've ever seen. Admittedly, I haven't seen that many, but I've seen a few and they weren't like this. This is a quality paint job. If he keeps working and keeps analyzing his own work, like, by the time he's 16, he's going to be making us all look like complete assholes. Keep up the good work. Like, seriously. And I'd love to see more from him. If you guys keep painting Battletechs, please keep posting them. I am happy to give any critique that you deem to be even mildly helpful. And yeah, there's a few spots you can see. It pulled up a little bit here, it pulled up a little bit here, but this is just stuff that you learn from doing it over and over again. If he keeps working, he's going to be cranking out quality Battletechs in no time flat. Keeping at it is definitely the trick. Sewer Creature's never been jealous of an 8-year-old before, but here we are. How you doing today, Manix the Lemur? It's good to see you, man. Where do we post them? Oh, Charlene. Okay, so you can always post them in the Showcase, Work in Progress, or any appropriate channel on the Discord. If you would like to be seen in the Storm Report, which we do at the end of every stream, you want to post it in the Storm Report channel. Now, we have a cutoff. We start the Storm Report around 8:30 p.m. on streaming nights, and after that cutoff, you can't post. After we're done with the stream, I will clear the channel, a fresh one will go up, and you can post anytime from the end of the stream until we start the Storm Report on the next stream. We stream 3 times a week. That's going to be Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And I would absolutely love to see some of your work or your friends. Please share with us. Again, I think it's very important to share your work with people and get that feedback, not just because it'll help you overcome your weaknesses, but it might help you see strengths you don't know you have yet. Here we have from Squared, made some chicken wings in the air fryer since I'm running low on chicken stock and needed bones for more. Seasoning is garlic and onion powder, a little turmeric, some cayenne, a little baking powder to help crisp up the skin. Fuck. Those are probably really good. My mouth is literally watering. I fucking love wings. Oh, and they look like they have slightly crispy skin. Let's just keep going. Let's not dwell on this for too long. Oh, God. Here we have from Rodan. Here is Grifter. Oh, nice. I fucking love Grifter. A random two-phase gangster henchman and some Urukai warriors. What an interesting and eclectic mix. That is a really vibrant red. Why are we looking at food among minis? Because, Commander Mittens, they like to torment me. They know that I'm hungry by this point. And people like to share their food for some reason. Oh, God. I know it's torturous. I'm so sorry to do that to you, Commander Mittens. And yeah, air fryer wings are pretty fucking amazing. She made a good pick. Grifter is a cool character, and this is a really neat model for him. The red, I'd be curious what red paint you're using, because it's tricky to find red paint that both pops, that is this vibrant, and also reads as red, rather than orange. Do you want to see the scones I made yesterday? Commander Mittens, you're more than welcome. That's Pro Acryl. That explains a lot. Pro Acryl's really good paint. I would love to. We both have a food channel on the Discord, or Commander Mittens. If you want to wait a few minutes until we're done with the stream and pop them into the Storm Report, we'll take a look at them live when we come back on Tuesday. Just had a cinnamon desert pizza. What's a cinnamon desert? What would that be? Imagine like a desert, but all the sand is just cinnamon powder? Oh, that would be horrible. Do you know how irritating that would be? Yee, yikes. No, he said desert. I think he knows what he said, Sumatha. And there's so much cinnamon, it's a desert. Burnt red, then bold red. That bold pyrrole red, that's really, really good. Well done. Yeah, it's vibrant as all hell. Same for the green. Good job with the pants, too. I like the little bit of texturing that we have on the kind of worn khaki. All in all, a great job. And random two-phase gangster. This reads really well. Great choice of brown for the coat. It looks like he just sort of sauntered out of an old Detective Comics issue, you know? Yeah, the leather looks very real. Crossbow Roof, thank you so much for being here, man. Yeah, take it easy. Stay safe in the weather, man. Keep your head on a swivel. Thanks for being here. Thanks for contributing, man. And I hope to see you again next time. These are really, like, Rodan has just gotten better and better and better. And I'm always excited to see the latest DC models that he's posting. Also, really nice work on the undershirt here. I was just taking a look at the texture work on that. Lovely. Charlene, you should see some of his other work. Rodan, dude, if you ever want, we're cleaning up the artist channels on the Discord a little bit. We got a few people who haven't used theirs for a few months, and we're going to make them private until they come back. But, Rodan, if you ever want an artist channel on the Discord so you can just keep posting your work and have some place to refer to it, please let me know. I am more than happy to host your work, dude. Speaking of which, let's take a look at these. Ooh! I like the white handwork you've done on these. It's not, it's kind of stylized. Like the hand it almost have little claws on the ends of the fingers, don't they? And then you've worked in the, what is that, like the love line in the palm, and then kind of dragged it all down. Instead of because you usually see it with the more rounded fingertips for the white hand of Saruman, but I like this. It's more of a claw, it's more of an animalistic kind of look to it, isn't it? Really nice red you got on the skin there. Yeah, the Urukai had this weird kind of reddish tone to them, even in the movies. It's hard to tell in the films themselves, but for a few shots where you can see them next to the goblins who have more of a green-yellow skin tone. But they definitely had this kind of real nasty, ruddy flesh to them. Really, really good work on these, Rodan. We're going to have to play. We're going to have to play some Middle-earth strategy battle game, man. I'm totally into that. Bolt the Thrower. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Final skin is burnt sienna. Ooh, I do love that color. Yeah, we're gonna set you up with an artist channel, Rodan, so that you can just post things in there whenever you want, because I you know I love your fucking DC work. You know I love it. What's up, Bolt Thrower? Good to see you, man. I'm gonna guess you paint 40k. I'm gonna guess you paint 40k or Age of Sigmar. I think that's a fair guess given the name. But please correct me if I'm wrong. Used to, what are you on now? By the way, chat, always feel free to ignore my questions. I love my lurkers, and I don't mean to put anybody on the spot. Oh, Blunderhead was right. The light livery green was a good move. Waiting on some Cuttlefish Fluoro paints to add an extra pop to the smoke. Added some Turbo Dork to the cape as well. Oh, and I got a burr machine too. Yeah, there's that light livery green. You see what I mean? Like, it's yellow, but it's not... It's difficult to even describe, the light livery green. It's very, very yellow, but it still reads as green, and it's transparent enough that if you put it over green, it just makes everything much more vibrant for these kind of glow effects. I am glad that you picked it up and that you're liking it. I love light livery green. Battletech and some D&D minis for an upcoming campaign. Fuck yeah, Bolt Thrower. There have been very few times in the history of Battletech in the last 35 years that have been better times to get into Battletech. Did you get in on the Kickstarter? You got some models coming your way? And Bolt Thrower, I always love to see everybody's work. If you feel like tossing some pictures of your latest work into the Storm Report after I close this out for next stream on Tuesday, I'd love to see it, man. Really leaning into the plastic crack thing, aren't we, dude? Sewer Creature, it's most of my life, man. What are you on now? What plastic crack you snorting this week? Don't, like, I'm not saying post your work, I'm not trying to pressure you or anything like that. If you'd like to share your work, which I think is helpful for everyone who wants to improve, please feel free to. Yeah, Sheza, this is a step up. This is definitely, it just adds that little bit of zazz, that little bit of oomph, that little bit of chutzpah, you know what I mean? A resin junkie, the pure stuff. Ooh. Lovely work on that, Sheza. Have to check out Battletech. I don't really play anything at the moment, just paint. Pixel Dent, yeah, definitely check it out. Battletech is a great game. I do recommend look at Alpha Strike. It's easy to get into the game right now if you can find the boxes. Like, get the starter box with the 2 mechs and just play the game that is in it with the basic rules. But if you're going to get into it, look at Alpha Strike. It's... Classic Battletech is complicated. It's lots and lots of charts, and like each mech that you have has its own character sheet with individual bubbles for armor and internal structure. And if you like the idea of a game where you can potentially... The best way I can describe it is that in Battletech, if you fire a gun at someone, if it is a legal roll, there is a combination of dice rolls that can potentially destroy that mech every single time. Like, your machine gun might get a through armor critical and crack open their fusion reactor and cook the pilot alive. Like, there's any number of things that could potentially happen. It's very granular in that sense. You can be like, oh, well, I lost because a small laser, ruptured my fucking LRM magazine and I had an internal ammo explosion, and like, it's different than most other tabletop games. The version of the game called Alpha Strike is much less granular. It's much more, I have 5 health points, I shoot you, I do too. It's much simple. Much simple. I can't do my English right now. Apparently. Bill Dipperly, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. It's good to have you. Much simple. Which channel should I post them to? Oh, you can always post in Showcase. You can always post in Giant Stompy Robots, is the channel dedicated to Battletech on my Discord. If you'd like to have your work seen here on the Storm Report, wait till the end of the stream. I'm going to be clearing this channel called the Storm Report, and then you can post up to 2 pictures, and those will come up next time on stream. We clear this channel every single stream. Getting back into painting, last time I picked up a brush was about 12-ish years ago. Also have performance anxiety. No. Charlene, hopefully we can help you with that, man. Don't. There's no shame in painting. There's no fear in painting, man. This is joy. This is fun. This is imagination. And you shouldn't be afraid of learning. If we can help you learn, that's fantastic. You're not gonna ruin anything. If there's paint on a model at all, yeah, that had to change pretty quick, Roland. If there's paint on a model at all, it is better than bare plastic. And if there's anything we can do to get you there, man, I am happy to help. Alright, let's keep going. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony. Krieg Kill Team completed. These guys were really fun. You did a fucking good job on these, man. Here's the thing. I know that this photograph isn't doing them justice because I've seen the eye lensing job that he did on these guys closer than this. And this is a great example of fucking taking pictures of minis is as hard or harder than painting them in the first place. Chaotic Harmony, I want you to know, I know the paint jobs are better than this photo lets on, and they still look pretty damn good. Great color choices, good shading. I'm gonna accuse you of blending and weathering even though I know you didn't do it because, damn it, you're gonna start here pretty soon. Lovely work on these Krieg models for Warhammer 40k, man. For Kill Team Octarius, he's been painting these for his friendly local game shop. I want to link you a tutorial on how to do a really, really simple effect that you could pull off on these plasma coils to give it a really, really neat glow effect, man. You can do it just with stippling with a dry brush. It's something I want you to try. Chaotic Harmony is... This is a good example, Charlene. Chaotic Harmony... He started painting before he knew me, but he posted some Battletech minis that he had been doing with like craft paints that he had picked up at Walmart, and we kept pushing him and teasing him and encouraging him to keep painting. Got him some good paints, and he's been posting to the Storm Report like almost every day for a year, and his painting has just gotten better and better and better and better, and now his friendly local game store is having him paint kill teams for them, and it's just like, I love painting minis. I love it. It's such a wonderful outlet for the imagination, and if this is something that you love too, I want to help you get better at it. I want to help you take the images that are in your mind and translate them onto the tabletop. We've been able to do that for Chaotic Harmony, and it is one of my absolute proudest. I don't want to say it's my accomplishment, because it's not. It's Chaotic's accomplishment. But I am proud to assist. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour, dual revised submission. First up, Shadowcat. Rather pleased with how the dueling went on this one, both for the cockpit and weapons. One thing I'd change is cockpit should have a thin line for the white, not a dot. Maybe to the right side instead of the left to match the weapons. Rather pleased with it overall. Yeah, that's just a choice of where you want your light source to be coming from, essentially. Taking pictures of minis is hard. It's often something that I wind up giving people advice on, just because you hold it in your hand, you're like, this looks amazing, and then you take a picture of it and you're like, what the fuck did I do wrong? It's challenging, but we can help you learn that too. Well, let's take a look at the Shadowcat to start with. Something you could consider is not just doing a dot, do multiple. Do like a little constellation of 3, boop, as your glare. Because think about what this is. Your light is shining from this direction, so the light source, the sun, what have you, is up here. This is glare from the light actually striking it. And then down here, this is the light going into the cockpit, reflecting off and illuminating from the inside. And glare can happen in a lot of different shapes. So yeah, a line could work, a little cross could work, a little constellation of 3 dots could work. I mean, experiment with it, try different things and see what you like. There are so many ways to do dueling effects, and you should find one that works for you. If I was going to change anything on this, my personal advice, I would have a little L outlining the opposite corner of the glare in a much brighter green. I mean, like some of the brightest, like moth green or something like that. Just a teeny little bit. You want to counterbalance that glare. You want color down here and then pure white glare up at the other side. But the dueling is looking really, really nice. I'm loving what happened with the gray on here. Your panel lining is much, much crisper than it was before, man. Lovely work. Second up, Clan Wolf Elemental, 6mm infantry, losing the fight with these guys, as evident by the Elemental face-palming one into the air, and the utterly unconcerned attitude about the rocket pointing at them. Rather enjoyed them, but need to get better at having clean lines at that size. Look a bit sloppy in my opinion. Amateur Paint Hour, these things are fucking tiny, man. I paint small things all the time. I'm telling you, these are some of the smallest damn models you can possibly paint. They're so small. I honestly think that they should have used like a sliding scale to make them a little bit bigger. I love the little sandbags with the guys hunkered behind them. That's a nice touch. They're crazy tiny. The fact that you got this much detail on them that I can... Like, if you can read them, if you can read where the visor, where the missiles are, like, you've done a good job. And I can tell that these are supposed to be elementals. Just seeing the height of the base. Yeah, no, Pixel Gent, they're really small. These guys are like 7 to 8 millimeters tall. They're less than a centimeter. It's crazy. Don't push yourself too hard on these, honestly. Or do. You know, if you want to, please feel free, and I'm happy to critique. I'm just going to tell you right now, you've done a good job on these, because I can read what they are, I can tell the overall shape, I can tell where the visor is, man. Really, really nice work, particularly on the Jump Jet Flames. Here we have from Roland Stromboli version 2, the Mark II Stromboli. Bread, cheese, meat, heat. Yeah. Now even blurrier. I wasn't going to say that, but since you mention it. Big stompy mech boy goes squish, squish, squish. How you doing today, Fire Smoke? It's good to see you. Mark II has mozzarella and salami, but none of the gabagool. Bring me the gabagool, Roland. I demand to have the Gabagool. Here we have from Asri, Veldigrig swung his dirigible around as he approached the under-construction Scatley Lighthouse, where his resupply and reinforcements were waiting. Inside his armored shell, he rolled his eyes at the ragged Sky Wardens leading his ironclad to the dock. They called themselves the Dubious Return on Investment, and based upon the ether oil leaking from their dirigibles, they looked the part. At the dock, he saw his Lieutenant Yegor wrangling the newest group of Argonaut recruits. He had heard grumbling from Yegor about this slot, and he had dubbed them the minimum wage militia. The constant worry of getting this operation off the ground was wearing thin on him, and he needed a mug of the Admiral's brew to calm his nerves. As he floated over to the newly refurbished ironclad to retrieve his stein, he noticed its rigger hanging off the side, painting a name onto the hull. The Felicitous Write-Off. Veldigrig cut the power to his dirigible and let himself sink into the clouds, palms upon his face. Oh, this is looking nice. I like the cloud work. That definitely brings the whole thing together. We saw this just printed but not fully painted before. Oh, shush, Sumatha. Top two pieces of Lighthouse came off the printer at 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. the night before the tournament. Had to be painted while half asleep. I do not recommend dozing off with a paintbrush in hand. Had a nice copper streak across my face. That's, you know, if there isn't a little bit of you in the final paint job, have you really painted them at all? Is there a little bit of fluff on the bases for the... I don't know. I don't know the names of any of these units. But these guys, it's like cloud floof. That's a nice touch. Looks like you've done the same for the dirigible. Or wait, is this an airship, and are these dirigibles within the context of the Sky Dwarves? I've literally, like, I remember when these guys came out, and I was completely out of Warhammer at the time. But if you cotton balls on the bases to cover up the dirt, okay, that's just for the diorama display board. I gotcha. The little guys of the dirigibles. Really nice work, Asri. I love the imagination that's gone into it. I love the Sky Dock. Really nice work, particularly with as much bronze as you've done. It reads well. It's got a nice kind of red undertone to it. Very coppery. And damn good work, particularly for getting it done that fast, and with lighting, no less. I would imagine the folks at the local game store were quite impressed. They're like air punk or something. I'm not entirely sure what you would call the Sky Dwarves from Age of Sigmar. Colonel Matthew Steiner laying down that SLDF love on a Highlander. Some hunchy. Oh god, they're all AC-20 hunchies. Oh, this is a terrifying sight. I guess it's not SLDF. I didn't see the tartan when I went in. Wait, is there an SLDF unit that has a tartan? My brain just stopped working. Please correct me. Yeah, Northwind Highlanders. Okay. That's what I was thinking. Like, I saw the Highlander and I saw the Tartan and I was like, wait a second, that's not SLDF. But Blackwatch would have had Tartans. Okay, I thought that there was one, but I couldn't think of who it would be. If it's not Free Worlds League, I'm pretty ignorant about it. I could see these being Northwind High. Yeah, that's what popped into my head when I saw the Tartan. We got 10, 11, and 24. My god. What happened to 12 through 23? Do I even want to know? And then 25 is our Highlander right here. I do have to say that the MechWarrior Online edition of the Highlander, it's still a bit blocky for my taste, but I like a lot of the small changes that they made to it. Tartan's also on the outside of the AC housing. Oh, Lord. Nice work on these. I like the multiple poses for the hunchies. Only one problem with that Lance of Highlanders. Those are 4, and clearly they can be only 1. Amish Stig, you were so close. No, okay, no, that works, because they're all Northwind Highlanders, and there can be only... No, okay, the joke works. It's terrible. It's awful. You should be ashamed of making it, but it does work. I would not want to wind up in front of this, Lance. This is just 4 chances to put a hole straight through your fucking torso. Holy crap. Yeah, watermelon-sized shell lobbing, indeed, Sumatha. Lovely work, Colonel Matthew Stein. I always love your photographs. I mean, sitting here talking about how hard it is to take pictures. And we have Colonel Matthew Steiner here, who takes some of the best of them. The work that you put into having a good backdrop, some scale trees, and then a little chunk of... Would you do me a favor, Colonel Matthew Steiner? Would you do me a favor? Would you take an establishing shot? Like, just take a picture of the setup that you used to take pictures. I want to see this setup in context, because I see so many photos taken on this little set, and I would just love to see the whole thing. If you feel like doing that and posting it either in Showcase or Storm Report or wherever you feel like posting it, I would love to see it. Thank you so much. Let's get a closer look at the hunch. Oh, he's squatting down. Oh yeah, okay, I can see there's the tartan on the outside of the housing here too. I love the little bits of battle damage. Just very subtle, kind of worn edges, little bits of metallic work, particularly down around the toes, on the knees, edge of the weapon. They're all very well placed pieces of weathering. He looks like he's about to take a crap. I feel like he's sort of bracing himself so that he can fire the AC-20, but he looks like he's about to take a shit. That's just what my mind does. I love the poosh. Oh my god. What have I done? This is a great example, by the way, of how you really don't need to overcomplicate your basing. This basing is so simple and yet so effective. I've mentioned it before. Your base, think of it like the frame of a picture. Your picture frame should not draw attention away from the picture that's in it. It should complement the picture. And this does a great job. It complements the color scheme. It helps set off the grain so that you can see it a little bit more clearly. It just, it looks interesting enough. It's very, very simple. Now, this is an interesting thing that I would note is, you'll note that he didn't dry brush every single bit of it with the light color here. Now, you might say some of that has to do with the fact that it's difficult. If he stuck this down to the grit before doing the dry brushing, it's tricky to do. But you kind of want to leave mottled colors when you're doing dirt like this. Dirt is very rarely uniform. And you create these little sort of regions of color. Very simple, very effective, lovely, lovely work. Here we have from Tiberius 79. Few pics that were posted from NashCon last weekend. These were printed mechs from a lot of the content creators here, as well as terrain. Oh man, yeah, we got some hex tech going on that tabletop. We got the Mega Block housing over here. We got some drop-based Delta Trinity Tower standing proud. A few more drop-based Delta terrain pieces. We've got the, whatchamacallit. This is the first piece of terrain I ever made. The Uplink Tower. And even a couple of walls in there. Yeah, here's the thing. As I go through these, I just want to tell you guys something. If I can level with you for a second. Can I do that? Is that something? Is that something we can do? I do this as a business now, and I appreciate your support, both showing up in the stream, contributing content, and financial in the form of subs, in the form of donations, in the form of purchases. I appreciate all of it, but the best feeling I get from this whole endeavor is honestly things like this. Because when I started doing this, I had a vision in my head of providing something to people that didn't yet exist. Something that was simple, something that was easy, something that looked good, something you could take to conventions, something you could take to friendly local game stores and played with, because I've had so much terrain that looked so good but would never leave my garage because it was too complex. Or it took too much time to build. And seeing you guys print this stuff out and take it out to the friendly local game store, to the convention, to wherever you go and play with it is just... This makes it all worthwhile to me. This is what it's about. So thank you for sharing these, man. Look at that. God knows how these things became scattered the way that they are. It doesn't even matter. Got a mech hangar down here. We got a parking garage in the middle. Who gives a crap? It blocks line of sight. Thank you so much for sharing those, Lunchbox. I really do appreciate that. I wish we could have taken more pics, but I can't tell you how many times I've gone to like a tournament or a convention and been like, I'm gonna take pictures all day, and I get home and I've taken like 10 because I spent the whole day, playing the game. But ideally, that's what you should be spending your time doing, dude, is playing the game and talking about mechs, not worrying about taking pictures of my bullshit. So I appreciate that you took any at all. Here we have from White Wolf. First time with water slides, and we're done. High grade Gundam The Origin MS-04 Rambo Raw Boo-Goo still needs a matte top coat, but I can pretty much guarantee that won't be happening today. So here, have a few photos of how it looks. Combination of Bandai and Delphi decals used, but I greatly prefer the resolution and detail in the Delphi ones. There's actually words in the smaller part, for example. Once I've given it a matte varnish, I'll also take some photo tent pics, but that's for future me to deal with. I've got a Master Grade Wing Zero Endless Waltz version to work on in the meantime. Oh yeah. As for the water slides, once you get the basics down, it's rather enjoyable and almost zen-like for me. It is a simple process once you're more confident in it. Just kick back with a nice show to watch, music to listen to, and slowly demolish that sheet of water slide decals. Version Kato. Oh, okay. I gotcha. It doesn't mean endless. I saw EW and I assumed it was endless waltz. Master Grade Wing Zero Endless Waltz. This is something I understand. I guess I don't understand it at all. Damn, the shading on this came out so nice. It's simple but effective, and the decals really add some visual interest, don't they? I like the little flying pose that he's in too. Just kind of like a neutral, hovering, defensive posture with the little shield. Oh, this came out nice. I'm very much looking forward to the photo tent pictures. And yeah, that matte varnish is going to do him some good. That really adds a whole hell of a lot to it. I wonder if my Dugram came with any decals. I haven't even really looked inside the box yet. We'll burn that bridge when we come to it. Lovely, lovely work, White Wolf. Very effective, great smooth application, particularly across the more complex curved surfaces, like down here. Everything looks just right. I don't see any wrinkles, I don't see any bubbling, nothing that would give away that they're decals at all. Crisp and clean, exactly, Sumitha. Well done, White Wolf. Here we have from Sumitha, first time hitting Facebook in a while. Made me laugh. Felt like sharing. Well, your first mistake is you hit Facebook at all. This is one of those perfect combinations of a massively tall person and then like an incredibly short person who barely comes above the counter. Just to give you that bit of extra force perspective with him in the foreground, too. Yes, I would like 5 of everything on the menu. Well, thank you for sharing your chuckles with us today, Sumitha. Let's keep going. Here we have from Sewer Creature. I don't have much to offer for the Storm Report, but since I'm still working on the comic, enjoy the scrawlings of a madman going through the design process. Better, not ugly, fucky proportion. Too fat. Keep crow. Looks like a cock. Well, this is an unusual form of note-taking.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
We've been over
The only
this.
rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Don't do it.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Here we have from Manix the Lemur. Lol Attack of Battletech. I wanted to post this, which I painted about a month and a half ago. Like the color scheme, but it needs something. Washes highlighting something. Also, the cockpit is my first attempt at lensing, although I never framed the canopy. Anyway, keep hearing Bill Murray's voice in my head saying, "Yes, Your Honor, it's true. This man has no dick." You know what the line I always missed, that I only noticed in the last, 2 watches, is you can hear him in the background afterwards going, "Well, that's what I heard." Like, I never noticed Bill Murray saying that before. Was it added? Was that like a voiceover line or something? I feel like I missed that every previous time that I watched the movie. Oh, hey, that came out nice. That green is hot. Ooh. Now, this is all in all a very, very gaudy paint job, which is why I think that the green actually works. I like the little fade down to yellow that you have towards the bottom. Admittedly, yeah, lining it would help it pop even more, but this is very effective for... This is an assassin, right? If I'm not completely mistaken. Green canopies for the win. All in all, a very interesting paint scheme you got going on here, Mannix. Decent panel lining on that, too. Like the blue/peppermint mix on the hull. Yeah, it is a very minty blue, isn't it? It's like a crest mech. He's the kind of division, like, I would squeeze this mech out onto my toothbrush. Or something like that. We all take something different away. I really do like that grain. Lovely. Lovely work, man. Dude, keep going. I'd love to see some more mechs out of you, Mannix. Here we have from Sumitha. An Atlas probably would use this as a toothbrush. Operation Lancaster preview with some Thunderhead exclusive preview text taken directly from the overview of the mech in question. Had some real fun writing up the descriptions for the clan mechs in Operation Lancaster. Whether this was because I was working with already finished art from the awesome Alan Blackwell before I even started, or just because I got to cut loose and have more fun with it, I can't really say. But anywho, on to the promised preview text. Clan Goliath Scorpion's choice to create the Screaming Cricket in 2855 will always remain something of an enigma. This light battle mech was inspired by the small insectoid creature of the same name native to Clan Goliath Scorpion's now former homeworld of Roach. The males of this species attract female mates through sounds they create with their legs, much like the crickets of Terra. Don't we all? What sets these screaming crickets apart from their Terran counterparts, sorry, got terrain on the brain, however, is that they are covered in microscopic needle-like spines and have the ability to secrete a chemical similar to that of the Terran stinging nettle flower. This sounds horrible. However, the chemical compound that these insects produce is noted to be far more painful and damaging to come into contact with than any such flora. The venom causes agonizing pain on contact and can quickly result in up to third-degree chemical burns if not given immediate treatment. It is awful. The name of this insect is quite often misunderstood. Given the sheer agony that physical contact with this insect can induce, the screaming portion of the name is much more of a reference to the sound made by those exposed to it, rather than the sound the insect itself makes. Like its namesake, the Screaming Cricket is a mech known for causing those who encounter it to scream loudly. In this case, just as often in frustration as agony. The Screaming Cricket is intended as a hit-and-run long-range support mech, and it has been used in numerous trials of possession to that effect. On many an occasion, the Screaming Cricket has been used to infuriate an opposing mech warrior to the point of making critical tactical mistakes, granting the otherwise limited light mech an upper hand in combat. Only after causing a seemingly unceasing amount of trouble for its opponent, and having dealt enough damage with its long-range missiles, or it has simply run out of ammunition, will a Screaming Cricket tend to close in to deal a death blow with its concealed, inner forearm-mounted lasers. Ooh, that's got a nice profile to it, doesn't it? It looks quick, light, and nasty. Ooh. And it's got the lasers on the inner forearm. I like these outer forearm plates. That's a cool look, kind of mirrored here on the knee plates. It reminds me of something. It's got a bit of an Evangelion shape to it, doesn't it? Looks like the Tick if he were a robot and not fat and maybe a little less dumb. I really, really like the shape of the head because, yeah, you've got the sort of mantis-like bug eyes and the little antennas and even the little shape of the mandibles similar to what we have on the Grasshopper. And the missile launchers almost mimic wings, don't they? Thinking Armored Core light frame, I could see that too, Rio. Oh, damn, nice work from Alan Blackwell. Oh, I need a good sci-fi artist to work with, you guys. I want someone who could feed me designs like that so I can 3D sculpt them. Oh, God. Here we have from Roland some more of those Clan Hell's Horses. Oh, shit. What tank is this again? We've been over this. And I forgot what it is. It's all gun, though. It's just built right into the turret. Nasty little sons of bitches. Nice work on the red. It's good and vibrant. Good wash job on that, Roland. The green and red block of doom. Still going, Verg. We're getting close. That's the Oro. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to be hopefully getting that done this upcoming week, Dark Fox, and then we can roll into the Centurion. It's just been working on terrain lately, and it's like, oh, my brain just comes to a stop at a certain point, and I need to shuffle it off to people to be like, just make it look science fiction-y so I can finish with the mechanical parts. Yeah, I know, Dark Fox. Well, we'll get it done. We'll get it done. I've been under a couple of deadlines to get some expansion packs out for the terrain before the mech. Otherwise known as Oh No by its opponents. Yeah, because it's going to punch a hole right through you. That's a good looking little... Would that be a star in this case? Are tanks organized into stars? It's entirely possible. There's 5 of them. That would seem to make sense. Nice work, though, Roland. Yeah, that'd be a star. Okay. Alright. Here we have from Pixel Gents. Ooh. It's a little Myconid. Okay, Pixel Gent. Real talk. You got good instincts, man. You don't seem to be afraid of contrast. Tanks are organized into lances, are they not? I mean, in the inner sphere, yeah, WJ. It's only a half star. Okay, so 2 would count for 1 in that case, then. Legitimately, though, like, the work on this little stone or flint spearhead that you have here shows so much fucking promise. There is a heavy amount of like, if I was gonna suggest you work on anything here, it's just like, you could blend these colors a little bit more, but the color, here's the thing, the color choices you make in the first place and where you put them is vastly more important than shit like that, and you've made all the right choices here. We got a nice kind of blue leading into our deep shadowed black. We've picked out the high points well. We've got good highlights coming down here on the kind of lavender. We have the lavender balanced out against this red wood here. We've got mostly warm colors on the Myconid himself. We've got good deep shadows. This is good work. I like this. I like this a lot. Pixel Gent, I'd like to see some more work out of you, man. I've done very few minis, the bus being the 5th one, and being the 3rd. I do know what I'm doing because of the art school. Yeah, no, you are applying it well. I can see the art training in you. You know how to arrange your colors. Keep up the good fucking work. I would love to see some more of your figures, man. Absolutely love to. If we can do anything to help you continue to translate your art school training onto miniature painting, we absolutely will. Fucking fantastic. That's exciting as hell. Let's take a look at this. Oh, shut up, Pixel Gent. This looks great. And again, like, yeah, you've got all the important steps down, man. Your color choice is fantastic. I think I can see in this one that, yeah, the actual technique of applying paints to minis is the only thing that you need to work on, because you're making the right choices from the very start. The non-metal metallic gold is excellent. Again, I'll wager that comes because you're used to doing 2-dimensional art, in which case you don't really have the choice of using metallics. This is great. I love the kind of the ruddy flush to the nose and the forehead in particular. I think the skin tone, this looks like a work in progress because obviously it kind of ends once we get past the hair. I'd imagine the face needs a little bit more work, like deepening the shadows around the hairline, stuff like that, but damn. Pixel Gent. Fucking fantastic work. And please feel free to post more. I would love to see where that guy winds up. Poor brush control. One of the traps I fell into is using brushes that are too small. Yeah, that's an easy trap to fall into. Don't talk to Vergaderung, though. He'll be like, use a size 34 house painting brush. Or just use a paint roller. That'll be good enough. He's full of crap. Don't listen to him. Here we have from NMO Xander Shade. Ooh. Got ourselves a little aircraft all done up here with some gunmetal and a wash on it, it looks like. Well, that's coming together nice. Don't hold enough paint to dry super fast. Yes, that's the truth. You might consider trying oil painting on minis. I don't know if you have experience with oil paints. You very well may, having been to art school, but it's a thing that people are doing more and more now. And particularly if you have issues with paint drying, like, that's obviously not an issue with oils so much. But yeah, a larger brush is going to help you with that. Let's take a look at what we got up next here, also from Xander Shade. Oh, shit! Printing out some of those Hex Tech buildings. We got a little chopper coming together up here, and then we got that dervish we were looking at last time. Lovely print job on that. That was the aerospace fighter you base coated. Just finished a few minutes ago. That's a solid base coat. Yeah. And you were asking about base coats earlier. Was that you, Xander Shade? I think it was. But yeah, just thin them and just put on several of them. Particularly if you're doing like a gunmetal like this. Also, don't be afraid of slapping down a couple rounds of black wash when you're done. This looks pretty smooth to me, though, man. Looks like a little bit rough in here, but that could have been from the primer coat for all I can tell. Keep up the good work, Xander Shade. Tempted to try to live in the Southwest so it always dries out as well. Yeah, I live in a very, very dry climate too, and I found oils particularly nice for that purpose. Here we also have from Pixel Gent. Take a look at that workspace. Ooh, we got a nice painting battle station going on here. Ooh, do you stream, Pixel Gent, or is this just for, like, multiplayer? I love the design you've done, by the way, with your little echo audio dampening tiles. I dig it. Nice looking paint area. using the magnifier and all. We've got an Elegoo Mars over here. We got the little Mercury 1 cure station. We have a lot of the same equipment, as a matter of fact. Have in the past, but not in a year or two. You have everything set up here. We do music. We've got the full battle station. We've got an art station over here. We have a true renaissance, man. And yeah, a sock monkey. Thank you for noting that, Riot Sister. Well, Pixel Gent, I hope that we see more out of you, man. It has been an absolute pleasure having your work in tonight's Storm Report, and I would love to help in any way I can as you continue the transition to mini painting. But that is going to put us at the end of tonight's Storm Report, and as a result, at the end of tonight's stream. Is that an airbrush-specific compressor? It's usually sold with airbrushes. I think you could use it for other things. But yeah, these... Mine of that same style is a Posh, and they make airbrushes. Skull Leader, the cure station is for resin prints. That is something to consider. If you're getting a resin printer, I would strongly consider looking at curing stations, because being able to cure your print, yeah, it's just the cure station, right, Pixel Gent? That's just the Mercury one from Elegoo. It's the same one that I have. Just being able to subject your print to even ultraviolet light for the final cure is very, very helpful. I started off and for a long time just cured mine in direct sunlight, but it can generate problems. You can build one yourself with just like a box and some tinfoil and some UV LEDs. I honestly think dropping like $30 on the Elegoo Mercury 1 is totally worth it. Man, oh man, oh man. Who's doing what tonight? Who are we rating, folks? Let's have a look. Let's see. Teal Sakiri is going 46-2, is doing some art. Wapelius is going, but I'm thinking we're gonna go make ourselves known on Teal Sakiri's channel. Boom. Let's get that going. It looks like he is just getting started. I know some of you may be turning in for the night, but Teal Sakiri is a fantastic painter and a great streamer, so if you want to keep the party going, stick around for the raid. And even if you're turning in for the night, if you would do me a favor and stick around just for a minute, go with the raid. If you haven't seen Teal Sakiri's channel yet, stick around for a few minutes, see if it's your kind of scene, and consider dropping the man a follow. He is a great streamer and a fantastic member of the community. Guys, thank you so much. This has been a fantastic stream. I've had a really good time. We got some great work done. I'm going to be doing some final touches and posting pictures of this Bane that we were working on. I'm going to go ahead and do the Arctic base like was suggested in chat. I think that's a fantastic suggestion. A huge thank you to we got a lot of new follows tonight, and thank you guys to all the new follows. I hope that you had fun. I hope to see you again, and as far as seeing you again goes, we're going to be back Tuesday the 31st, painting some Warcaster Neo Mechanica in acrylics. We're going to be doing some computer stuffs on Thursday, that is to say, sculpting some battle mechs, and then painting some Conquest this upcoming Sunday. We're going to be working in more Battletech, because I got a lot of that to work through, so if you're into Battletech, this is the place to be. Also, I make a bunch of terrain. I don't know if you know that. Huge thank you, as always, to my amazing mods, and a huge thank you, as always, to everybody who posted in the Storm Report. I love seeing your work. I hope to see it again next time, but until then, I gotta get something to eat, so keep on painting.